Invocation by Supervisor Brotherton and pledge by Supervisor Moss.
Oh, Heavenly Father, we come to you this morning with thankful hearts for all of our blessings. We ask you that you guide us in all our business today, all the decisions we make, and above all, we pray for wisdom. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Entertain a motion for the executive session to be held on March 4th.
So made.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, we'll have a executive session for March the 4th, 2013. Just as a reminder, the Board of Supervisors may, by motion, recess into executive session to receive legal advice from the board's attorneys on any item contained on this agenda pursuant to the Arizona Revised Statutes. Committee or legislative reports? Do you have any?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor
Board
Johnson.
members, I attended the Arizona Association of Counties Legislative Policy Meeting. All of our propositions are going ahead smoothly. No changes in anything. Also, Quad State, and I will be giving a paper on wolf reintroduction to Arizona to Quad State. And the Cyber Committee has been meeting, and we're planning on a couple-day training session in a few months. And at that time, I can give you an update. It won't be in our state, but if anybody wants to attend.
Okay, thank you,
And we're
Supervisor.
going on with that, we're going to try to get that so we can be televised, so we can also have the staff here or individual supervisors, attend via TV or internet.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Johnson. Would you also like to entertain the LPC conference that we had on Friday?
Sure. Not a whole lot went on there either. It's kind of just the same. We're just moving ahead with legislative policies that we have, and I didn't see anything drastically change. It was just routine business, and they'll be meeting every week, so if anybody's more than willing to attend, and Supervisor Watson's our member, so.
Thank you for your reports. County Manager report?
Good morning. Nothing today, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Approval of the November 5th, 2012 meeting minutes.
Motion to approve.
A motion?
Second.
Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Those wishing to address the board to call the public must fill out these forms. I'll give you a couple more minutes if you'd like to do that. Comments are restricted to items not on the regular agenda, with the exception of the consent agenda, and must relate to matters within the jurisdiction of the board. Mark Shaver.
My name is Mark Shaver. Good morning, Board. And I live at 40054 West Hiller Drive in Meadview. And I'm here to encourage you to review the Mojave County General Plan. Most of you have already agreed that it was a rewrite and not a review. And one of the things that I really am concerned about is this is supposed to be a shared view by the citizens of Mojave County. At the same time, they were barred basically from participating in the creation of this. It's kind of hard to have a shared view if you weren't allowed to be involved into it. So hopefully you'll be able to take this opportunity to maybe go over to staff and have them take a look at it. That's what I wanted to bring up to your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Shaver. Next for call of the public is Jim Canellis.
Good morning. My name's Jim Canellis. I live at 4402 Oldman Road, Sacramento Valley. I would ask the board to rescind, strike down, remove, fold, spindle, and mutilate Administrative Policy 3.1. Without removing this policy, in my opinion, you can't remove the dress code, or no, that's the other one. The security procedures. Also, there's a provision in there that I can't pass out constitutions of the United States on this property, which has been ruled on in federal court. It's unconstitutional to stop me from doing that. But in your policy, it says I'm not allowed to. So please, remove this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canellis. Next we'll call the public, Barbara Johnson.
Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Barbara Johnson. I live at 11101 West Palomino Drive, White Hills, Arizona. Golden Horseshoe Ranchos, Unit 1, Mojave County. For some reason, Mojave County seems to have forgotten us. We are a subdivision. There are 5 little groups of us up in White Hills. And please, stop forgetting us. We have petitioned and sent the petition. I have hand-delivered it to Don Adams at Planning and Zoning to do road grading up there. And when I spoke to him 5 different times, I keep hearing about a moratorium and that the moratorium has not been lifted. When I first talked to him, he says, well, nobody has bothered to get a petition going. I gave him the petition. I had it all signed, sealed, and delivered. You have a road grader that does part of the roads up there. He sits up there. We'd be happy to help pay part of the fee to have our roads graded, to ameliorate part of the fee to get the roads graded up there. If we could get something done to help get those roads graded up there, we'd be happy to work with Mojave County to get it done. If something could get done up there, we would be happy to work with you. I'm part of the board of directors up there. Any help you could give us, we would be happy to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And we'll refer that to staff. Next on the call to Republic, Stephen Robinson.
My name is Stephen Robinson. I live at 3439 North Bowie Road, Golden Valley, Arizona. And I'm proud to be the newest member of the Golden Valley Mensa Society, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak to you, gentlemen and ladies. Chairman Watson, I have a letter that I'm going to submit to the Office of the County Attorney requesting that they review a decision to place roads from Havasu Garden Estates into the county highway system on April 4th, 2011. Havasu Garden Estates was a private mobile home park. The original petition that was submitted to the board on July 19th, 2010 allowed that the roads become part of the tertiary, which is occasional maintenance of the system. 9 months later, the road became county highways. A small private mobile home park roads became a county highway. I had done some inquiries as to whether the roads whether you could go through the procedure of avoiding a public hearing, and I was informed that Attorney Ekstrom had stated that 6701 of Title 28 gave you broad powers. However, there was a decision that said, no, you must go through a public hearing. That was a decision in 1997, appeal court decision, Pima County versus the City of Tucson. So I believe that that road system needs to be looked at, and because of the nature of the fact that the opinion was given to the Public Works Director that I have a question with, I would request that you submit it to an outside agency for investigation and review to see that the rules were followed appropriately. I think that at this point, that's all I want to talk about today. You have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Refer that item to staff. Our last person signed up for call of the public is Joseph Mickelson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the Board of Supervisors. I'm here on behalf to introduce some new ideas. They'll be very quickly. 3 minutes isn't very long. I could talk for half an hour with no problem. However, I'm so excited about having 2 new supervisors and a good team. I believe that this is going to make a complete turnaround as far as the Mojave County goes as far as organization. One thing I'd like to emphasize is that we need a supervisor's map that outlines the different districts that the supervisors represent. We need input from the public. One of the main things that I would like to see with the audience here and the supervisors, I want a friendly type of atmosphere amongst all the people. There's no reason to have animosity or disrespect or any of that type of behavior. I really commend every one of you sitting on the board for the dedication that you contribute to the county. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and this is talking very personal. I know the obligations, the trials and tribulations that you go through to try and please the public, which is darn near impossible. But the sharp edges can be taken off of it by a community forum or what we call town hall meetings in the different areas. And I'd like the people in the audience here to think about town hall meetings. The next thing is, I'd like to talk about, in the service we have ARs and SRs, Army Regulations, Service Regulations. And we have a process that we proceed to do upgrading of these ARs and SRs to the times that are being spent in the modern world. And so that would be a superseding of general rules and regulations. And I'd like the supervisors to take this into consideration. This thing's driving me crazy here. Anyway, and the other thing is, I want to introduce 2 new words. They're old words, but they're put together. It's not fiscal cliff. No, those are 2 words that's been put together that's very prevalent. I would like to put the word out, and I want this to be promoted to 100%, is concerned citizens. Everybody here is a concerned citizen. And I want to thank you for being here. Every seat should be filled here so we can come and find out just how our county is working. And I have to go now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mickelson. Okay, that's the end of the call of the public. Now we will go into the consent agenda. Do we have items that we'd like to pull from the consent agenda? Supervisor Johnson?
5254.
Supervisor Angus? None? Supervisor Brotherton?
None.
Supervisor Ma?
None.
Thank you. Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item 52 and 54.
I move to approve the consent agenda, accepting items 52 and 54.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 52, I'd make a motion for approval.
We have a motion for approval on item 52.
I move that we approve item 52.
Is that a second? Second?
Oh, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Mr.
Discussion?
Chairman? For discussion, I mentioned in my talk to begin with that I'm giving a paper to Quad State regarding the wolves, and I have information from the ranching communities in Arizona and also from Idaho where they've had problems with the wolves, so I'm willing to, if the county wants that, I can share that with whoever puts this together. And then are we going to be bringing this back? I guess that's what I'd be asking staff, back to the board to approve whatever position we take?
It was done.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, the way the motion was written, I believe it would allow for staff to prepare the comments and then for the chairman to be authorized to sign that. But if the board so chose, they could certainly direct staff to bring it back in front of the board to take a look at.
I guess my opinion is, not that I have any doubts about what Supervisor Watson would do, but you come back with something, I love the wolves, I'm not going to be real happy with that. So. Sure.
Just for a point of clarification, what step is this at? It's about reintroducing gray wolves into a certain area? Can you just explain exactly what this letter is going to say?
They, well, in 1982, they did a Recovery Act, and we have there's a controlled number of wolves in Arizona right now, and we're not basically the recovery part, it's more of a test site. In Idaho, they've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, the ranchers have, because they'd set up a fund to be reimbursed for cattle, sheep, whatever they happen to lose, but they're not being paid for the cattle, sheep, and things that they lose because they're saying, well, that wasn't done by wolves, that was natural, nobody's coming out. And if you've probably seen, the wolves have no predator that takes care of them, so they're having a pretty free range. So they haven't done with the Recovery Act, much like they've done with the tortoise. The federal government hasn't lived up to their standards of checking. They just want to keep adding things on, and so that would be my point, and we could listen to what the ranchers have to say because they're going to be the ones affected. And especially, I don't know if Kingman does, because Kingman has where your bears have come into town and your mountain lions have come into town. Wolves are like the coyotes, except they're more aggressive, where they could come into these towns, and once they start spreading, you do have a problem. So.
I guess my question is, at what stage is this at with the
Mr. Chairman, if we could, Chris Ballard's ready to provide a little background information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. What we are actually reviewing is a preliminary draft of an environmental assessment, and it's an assessment on basically management techniques. The Fish and Wildlife Service is not proposing any wolf releases at this time in Mojave County, but they have done a release basically on the New Mexico Arizona border in the very far eastern part of the state. They do expect those wolves to expand their territory, as it were, just naturally through natural propagation over into Coconino County, Mohave County. And what the purpose of this management process or this management proposal is to, in advance, set out strategies for controlling the wolves should a member or more than one member become problematic. And they have both lethal and non-lethal methods proposed. Obviously, right now, only non-lethal methods are allowed. This EA does at least consider some lethal methods for control should a wolf become problematic. We are assured, because this is a management strategy, it is not following the typical route that an environmental impact statement would follow. We are assured by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that we are in a very early state of review.
Would it be premature just to suggest that we our letter would be opposing the reintroduction of the wolf into Mojave County? We've got enough of a coyote problem without introducing its bigger, badder brother.
That's true. And I would like to let the board know that we have sent a letter to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that we will demand to be a participating organization. So we will have the opportunity to intervene. So that has occurred as far as the steps are concerned.
Thank you. I have one comment.
Supervisor
Watson. We know before we even start this that the gray wolf is a real problem and a terror when it comes to a predator. So those wolves can't read, and they don't know that they're supposed to stay in a certain area. And so there's no doubt, no matter where they are, they're going to migrate into other areas. And I just think that it would be a tremendous impact on Mojave County, our livestock, our hunting, all of those things. And I'm just very, very much against doing anything with the gray wolf if we can possibly keep from it.
Thank you, Supervisor Brotherton. Okay, do we have a motion?
You have a motion and a second, sir.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Item number 54,
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion for discussion.
a motion for discussion
Second.
and a second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The questions I have, I guess, would be of the manager or Public Works regarding the system that we have in place, the library, for the fire control. Is that a wet system or a dry system?
We have Steve Letowski, if you'll please come up.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The Kingman Library Annex is supported by a dry system, a dry fire sprinkler system. On January 15th of this year, what had happened was a fire riser valve structurally failed and introduced water into what was a dry system of fire sprinkler lines, and it was the rupture of those lines that caused the flooding at the Kingman Library.
The water ruptured them or the freezing ruptured them?
The freezing.
The freezing ruptured them?
Due to the fact that the lines were in fact carrying water when they were intended to be dry. Part of this project, rehabilitation, will ensure that the sprinkler system is set back to its dry condition.
I guess we have previously brought forward to the board to require sprinkler systems throughout the county and all of our commercial buildings. And from what I was explained to by the fire departments and the manufacturers, these are pretty foolproof systems. They're guaranteed for quite a while. There should be an inspection period. Are we inspecting these? Was this valve inspected, and when was the last time it was inspected?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, the valve was last inspected in September of last year. Mojave County does maintain an inspection contract for all of its sprinkler systems for its buildings that we maintain, and the inspection was completed as scheduled back in September.
So in September, when we did the inspection, we had no problems?
At the time of the inspection, there was no discovery that the dry system was not functioning properly.
On this, I know the heads, they have a life expectancy of, I don't know, 10, 20 years, but obviously they're pretty inexpensive to replace. And so I would think if they're, say they're 10 years, 5 years would replace them because they're like 20, 30 bucks a piece. This valve that blew, is there a life expectancy on that? Is there a guarantee on that? Should we be going after a manufacturer saying, hey, you know, your valve failed?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, I'm unaware of a particular warranty on the specific valve that failed, or a particular service life. The valve simply structurally failed. There was a shearing off of the particular valve component, the assembly, if you will, that caused the water to be introduced in what was a dry sprinkler system.
Those are the only questions I had, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
And I guess to clarify to the other board members, later on in the agenda, we have a pretty high dollar deal with where we're tearing down a building that we have here in Kingman, unless there's somebody crazy enough to buy it. And it's for lack of maintenance. That's what caused it. So I want to make sure that we're continuing our maintenance and everything else.
Thank you, Supervisor Johnson. Any further discussion? Chair would entertain a motion. Approval?
So made.
We have a motion
A second.
and a second for the approval of the emergency expenditure, item number 54. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried unanimously. That completes our consent agenda, but I'll appeal to our county attorney for a decision. May I return to the call to the public because I missed one? Okay. I'd like to return to the call to the public. I'd like to apologize to Jean Kent. She did fill it out, this application form, but it got stuck with another one. So Jean Kent, please.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. Congratulations on your new board. It's my first time I was able to speak. It's nice to see you up there. My name is Jeannie Kench. I live at 1004 Vista Drive in Lake Havasu, just north of Lake Havasu in the Desert Hills Fire District, and also in Supervisor Moss's District 5. I'm here to speak to you about PILT funds. These are payment in lieu of taxes. According to the National Association of Counties, the PILT program was conceived in 1976 to offset costs incurred by counties for services provided to federal employees and families and to the users of public lands. These include education, solid waste disposal, law enforcement, search and rescue, health care, environmental compliance, firefighting, parks and recreation, and other important community services. PILT funds are funding most of all these services here in Mojave County, except for firefighting. Why? Considering your agenda items today for Lake Mojave Rancho's Fire District, would they be in this room now if they had received an added boost with PILT funds? PILT funds are meant to subsidize fire districts such as Lake Mojave Rancho's, which has over 50 miles of Highway 93 going through their district. The fire districts make zero property taxes on the land such as the highways. That is what PILT funds were meant to pay. So in essence, when we at Desert Hills Fire, our fire district revenues to service Highway 95, for example, our district taxpayers are subsidizing the emergency services for that stretch of highway, which there are many calls and it's lots of expense. PILT funds meant to help defray the cost of services that are provided on our highways or on federal lands. Last year, Desert Hills Fire fought a fire in Havasu's National Wildlife Refuge. We were not allowed to send a bill for payment of the services to the federal government because they say they already pay us through PILT funds. So those funds don't get to the fire districts, and the fire districts have to fund the bill to help fight the fire. So again, the property owners are subsidizing for these services, but are they really subsidizing, or are they subsidizing the county? Other counties and states fund their districts with PILT funds. Why not us? I know it is legal for the county to spend this money as they wish, but is it moral? I am asking the county supervisors to look into why our county chooses to not fund a fire district with PILT funds, and possibly look into a fair and equitable approach to paying the fire districts what they rightfully deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on now to the Regular agenda.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, just to put on to what Ms. Kench just said, was an agenda item added late in the week, and I know that there are a lot of people here to speak on it, and that they may have to go back to work. So I'd like to make a motion to move agenda item number 87 up till now, so we could discuss it and let people leave if they have to leave.
Second.
Motion to move item 87 to the first of the public regular agenda.
Second.
And a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Item number 87.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Certainly.
could we have our attorney give us a legal opinion, what we're here for? I understand there's a lot of people here, and while they have the right to come up and talk all they want, I don't know if that affects the decision that we're going to make. Can you give us your legal opinion of what exactly the board can do here?
Yes, I will, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson. This fire district has fallen upon some very hard financial times, unable to make payroll, unable to basically operate the district. Years ago, fire districts were underneath the authority of Mojave County, and there were things we could do legally to assist them. That law was changed probably 15 or 20 years ago as a result of a dispute between the Sun City Fire Department and Maricopa County. Nevertheless, they changed the law, and the responsibilities for operating and paying for these districts fell on the districts. It has been a painful experience for many small districts, not only this one, but ones all over the state. The law still allows the county to take action in the event the district board becomes basically non-functional, there's not enough board members to conduct a meeting, or in the event that the district has management or financial issues. In this instance, I understand that many board members have resigned, and secondarily, that they do have these financial issues I brought up earlier. The board has authority under those circumstances to appoint an administrator to conduct the operation of the district, prepare a plan, do a variety of things to get the district back on track. This has happened with at least 2 districts in Navajo County. The administrator appointed there was a Mr. John Flynn, who's an attorney who's also the lobbyist for the State Fire Department Association. Has vast experience in this area. I've spoken with Mr. Flynn and asked if he'd be willing to consider accepting an assignment from this board as administrator. He said he would, depending upon what the board does today. Were that to happen, the board would vote on appointing Mr. Flynn as the administrator. Mr. Flynn, on behalf of the district, would then enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Mohave County, whereby we could provide some funding stream to the district on a temporary basis, expecting that at some point in the future they will, through taxation, pay that money back to the county. So the first step is to appoint the administrator. The second step is to do a resolution, or authorize the execution of a resolution and an intergovernmental agreement. Those documents I have already prepared. So if the board chooses to do that, as I see it, it's probably the only legal avenue through which a county can assist these individuals, recognizing that there is a lot of traffic on that highway. There's accidents almost daily, and it's basically an issue involving the public health and safety of the citizens of the county.
Thank you, Mr. Ekstrom. We have a motion for discussion?
Yes, I believe we do, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I have another question of you, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Could we, or at least for my own clarification, could I get the feelings of the 2 supervisors whose district it is to get an, I mean, obviously it's Supervisor Brotherton and Supervisor Watson, I believe. Both of you have part of it in there to see.
Yes, you know, we've had several meetings with the fire board and with the chief, and we still don't have any real good figures on how much in debt they really are, but it's up very close to $1 million, maybe exceeds that. There's been a plan proposed that the county just loaned them the money and then let them pay it back like on a 3-year basis. I understand that we really can't do that. And and it's a dilemma. And my heart really goes out to all of those people involved out there. But I don't know of any other way that we can help solve this problem unless we do have an administrator appointed. And I know that one of the fire chiefs, well, maybe both of them actually, from the other districts are here, and have offered their help. And I know that, that one of them has a lot of the figures and a lot of things that he could enlighten us on if he wanted, or if the board chose to have him speak to us today. But there really is a dilemma, and every day, and I know this has been questioned, but every day it is at least going in the hole $5,000 every day that it operates, $5,000 per day. The last few months, it's been $17,000 over and above what their revenue is that they have spent. So we're really in a dilemma, and we need to do something about it. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Supervisor Brotherton. Also, Supervisor Johnson, to inform you, I received 3 of the other board members' resignation this morning, so that the entire board now has resigned.
That limits our options in right there.
Yes, it does. I have a number of people that would like to speak to this issue. First, we have Barbara Johnson. If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Johnson, 11101 West Palomino Drive, White Hills, Arizona. Thank you again for letting me speak on this on behalf of people in White Hills, Dolan Springs, Meadview, Temple Bar. We're stuck out in the middle of nowhere. 90% of the people that live out where we are retirees, elderly, people that need medical help. 90% of it is, what I'm concerned with is medical help. People that need an ambulance, people that need help that, if we don't get help in 20 minutes, a half hour, we're dead. Plain and simple. It's very simple, use common sense. Where we live, if we don't get help, heart attacks, strokes, we're in trouble. You guys live here in Kingman. Real simple to get help, get to a hospital, not a big deal. Where we live, if we don't get help, we're dead. You take away the help in Dolan, where we can't get some kind of medical help, we're in trouble. We can drive over going towards either Kingman or over towards Boulder City and meet an ambulance, and we're fine. We do have some kind of help where we have been trained by some paramedics to get immediate help. I have CPR training. There are some of us who have some kind of training, but not enough to get us through. But you take away what little help we do have, and we're all dead. We do pay taxes out there. We're no different than you. True, we elected to live out there. Why? Because we like the peace and quiet. But when we elected to live out there, there was help out there. And now you're taking that away. And I don't think that's right. We pay taxes no different than you do here in Kingman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, ma'am, I have a question for you. This board is not taking away your fire department. You don't have the money to run your fire department. We had nothing to do with forming your fire department or funding either one of them.
It is part of Kingman. It is part of Mojave County. We're all one group. It's all Mojave County. It's all one pocketbook.
No, it's not. You have fire districts that are here that they have their own areas and they collect their fire district taxes. The city of Kingman and Havasu have their own fire department. Bullhead has a fire district like you do, but they have to fund their own. This board does not fund fire districts.
I don't know, I look at my taxes, it says Mojave County. So when I look at my taxes, it says Mojave County. So to me, it's all Mojave County.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next person would like to speak would be Rick Southley. Do we have a Rick Southey?
They're looking for him. We're not trying to get him, I think.
Mark Shaver?
Thank you.
Good morning again. My name is Mark Shaver, Meadview.
And your
And I
address?
was at the town hall meeting Saturday.
Address, please, sir?
Excuse me?
Your name and address?
Mark Shaver, 4054 West Hiller Drive, Meadview.
Thank you.
I was at the town hall meeting Saturday with Joy Brotherton, Senator Kelly Ward, and a few of the officers, chiefs, I'm sorry, that were attended. And I understand that perhaps the audit that will be conducted will be revealing how much and where these expenses were actually going. I also understand that there was a problem in the collection of those services provided outside of outside their district, the fire district from Calgary out on the highway. And perhaps the county could share in some courtesy way of collecting those things by using the county's resources to collect those money to help get those guys paid. I also understand that from the town hall meeting that some of the money from the PILT has already been allocated for other purposes, and it's already basically too late to collect that or to make use of that. It's not that you don't, that you're mandated to, it's just that you don't have it to do it with. That's at least the idea that I've got. Perhaps legislation from the state could also be used here at this time, even though they really don't want to have their hands tied into it. But it seems like what good is having Big Brother if they can't stick up for you in collecting some of these things? I also understand that perhaps interstate agreement can be done with Boulder to help cover some of those areas between the dam. Because that's a long trip that these guys go through from the cattle guard up to the dam to respond to calls. Because they do it. They're going to do it because it's the right thing to do. The right thing to do is to help them collect that money so they can get paid. We don't have a tremendous amount of tax base out there for which to collect. And those that do pay their taxes, it still does, it's not enough to offset the cost of having to provide service out there. Now, I understand, my next question is now, if the administrator does come in, does the fire district itself continue to exist or it doesn't? Because there are insurance questions here that also that as a homeowner, as a business owner, require that there be a fire district. So that's going to impact us quite a bit, and I don't know what that answer is, and we tried to get that answer Saturday, but there was no real question, no answer for that. So hopefully, maybe the attorney could find that out for us, because that's also a collateral damage that impacts our community. We already lost basic community infrastructure. We lost our ability to repair our cars. We lost the bank. Now we're losing fire service. I hear that the EMTs will still remain on site because they operate underneath a different license. Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Shaver.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Certainly, Mr. Johnson.
You bring up some good points, and we all know that you can't keep a fireman in his own district. If there's a fire or a call for assistance, they roll out of their district, which obviously causes you taxpayers money that are there. I believe the answer to your question, and the attorney can jump in if I'm wrong, is if an administrator is hired or been put in place by the county, they could recommend that the district be dissolved. That could be one of their answers. They could recommend closing down, and you have 3 stations, back to the 1 station, keeping it in your district. I think part of the problem, and probably the most tremendous problem that you're having in that area, is the Indian Nation, which doesn't pay taxes, doesn't assist with your fire department, and that's where most of all the major accidents and calls for service are coming from. They're making millions and millions of dollars off their tourist attraction, and the county and now you folks especially are being basically put out of business out there. But that was all, Mr. Schiffer.
That's a compound thing that you brought up.
Thank you, Chairman
Mr.
Johnson.
That's an interesting problem too, because it does tear up our roads. Again, that's going to be a legislation decision that's going to have to, or a bill that's going to have to be proposed by the legislation to deal with the Indian Nation, because that's a tribal thing. So I would like to encourage you to engage in that type of conversation with our state representative to draft such a bill so we can collect, or at least get our hands in the cookie jar, so to speak. You know, not just from a public safety point of view, but, you know, that road on the, is supposed to be become a federal highway. So obviously, something's going to have to be introduced. So I hope some of you will engage in conversation and contact on our behalf some of our representative to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Shaver. Next person would like to speak on item number 87 is Arlene Thompson.
Good morning.
If you'll please state your name and address, please, ma'am.
Arlene Thompson, 21267 North Red Mountain Drive, White Hills. We're snowbirds. We chose to come out here for the winter because you know what's happening back in Ohio right now. But when we chose, we also did what we needed to do, and we obtained insurance. Fire insurance, and we pay the highest price. We know that. We accept that. But what I can't accept right now is that we travel 93. We have those buses who travel from Nevada into Arizona, down to the West Rim, down to Phoenix, down to Laughlin. Those people, when we had that horrible accident on 93 with all the internationals, can we collect for services from those internationals? Can we? Do we? I think maybe the bus companies could be charged per person for using our Highway 93, which is essential for us to get to the grocery store, to get to the hospital, to the doctors. I think we need to look at ways to bring in money. Most of the accidents out there you're talking about are on 93. We don't have a lot of accidents back in White Hills. We're doing 25 miles an hour. But we do have medical emergencies, and we do need services. And I'm from Ohio, like you. I live in a city back there. I don't have to worry. Now, I'm getting up there, and I do worry a bit. But we chose to come to Arizona to pay our sales taxes, to pay our residential taxes, our real estate taxes. The cost of Mr. Flynn, who's paying that is my question. And I've heard that he's an attorney, my daughter's an attorney, so I know it's probably an exorbitant amount compared to what I made as a teacher. But who's paying his salary? And where did the money go in Dolan Springs? Is anyone looking into that? That money, $1 million disappears, and we go in the hole, and we're not looking at that? You know, I think that something there needs to be done. As far as the Indian Nation, yeah, it's beautiful back there. I've been back there once to the rim and to the West Rim, but I don't intend to go again. Is there some way we can make some accommodations for us to recoup some of our money? I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I say something?
Certainly.
Yes, as to answer your question about where the money, what I believe what the administrator, the first thing the administrator would do is do a full audit, because believe you, we want to know as much as you do what happened to that money.
And who is paying Mr. Flynn's salary?
Refer to Mr. Hicks.
You are, ma'am. Your district will pay for it. You'll be paying for everything, and if whatever the administrator costs or the county costs will come out of your district.
Do you have a dollar figure? I heard one, but I really,
I believe the amount could be as much as $7,000 a month, ma'am, but I don't know.
that's a pretty good price. Do the firemen make that kind of money? No.
I don't know. I can't
Or
answer
the
that question.
emergency people who work on us when we're sick. I think we have a problem with spending that kind of money for one person. I know we need to find out what happened. I want to know what happened. Because I know if I'm in Ohio and my house catches fire, I know it's gone. I know that. But what concerns me is the medical. And for not just me, there are lots of folks back there in White Hills. And I had someone say to me, well, you chose to live out in the middle of nowhere. Yes, we chose to live in Mojave County. We heard at the time it was the fastest growing county. By golly, it was. But it hasn't done that much for a lot of us back there. So we don't want to be forgotten, as she spoke before.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you.
Next person that would like to speak on item number 87 is Jean Kinch.
She's already spoken.
Okay. Steve Robinson.
I'm Stephen Robinson, 3439 Golden Valley, or North Bowie Road in Golden Valley. I support the decision to appoint an administrator at this time because it's the only logical solution to discover the issues and provide for the service. I do want to make a couple points of fact so that the people in the audience are aware of. The district was a consolidation of two districts, Lake Mojave Ranchos and Grapevine Mesa, which is the Meadview area. It's only 144 square miles, and it does not include White Hills for the fire district. The ambulance service that's also provided by the district is the result of a certificate of need that was issued by the state, which does cover 2,200 square miles and does include the White Hills area and most of the stretch of 93 from Boulder Dam on down. So, and I've been, because I'm a member of the Golden Valley Fire Board, and our district will be impacted to some extent, and we'll be looking at this issue as to how that will happen. I just want to make sure that we, in listening to the people in this on Saturday, I really want us to focus on, have some kind of direction that that this administrator would look at keeping this district in formation after the issues are resolved as to, and that they can make some directions. There are some very good people involved in the district for many years, and then there have been, unfortunately, at least one person that was not so judicious and wise in the management of the money for the district based upon my research. So I basically want to say I support appointing an administrator, perhaps directing him to focus on the way to keep this district in force or viable as a viable option instead of going dark, as I heard the term used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Next person that would like to speak to this issue, number 87, is Rick Southey. If you'll please state your name and address, sir.
Rick Southey, and my address is Bullhead City, Arizona. Do you want a street address? 3527 Indian Hill Drive. Chairman, Supervisors, I'm here on behalf mostly of the Arizona Fire Districts Association. I knew of this issue coming up before you, and I was asked to potentially come and answer any questions. The Arizona Fire Districts Association is a statewide organization of fire districts with a goal of being to educate mostly the administrators, but also fire chiefs in laws and ways in which fire districts can run most effectively. I'm also the immediate past president. I'm on the executive board of the Arizona Fire District, so I just wanted to let you know that I am in the audience. If you have any questions concerning that particular issue, I am familiar with John Flynn. He has been able to bring a couple of fire districts back from some of their financial woes, and I would highly recommend him to be considered if the Board of Supervisors chooses to go that route and appoint a third-party administrator. I am in support of that, and with that, I would answer any questions.
I have a question.
Certainly. Supervisor Vegas?
As part of the Arizona, what is it, Fire District Association?
Yes.
Do you know of any other counties or districts that have this similar problem? We can't possibly be the only one that borders on tribal lands, has this kind of issue? Are there any other counties that have worked with the tribes to get them on board and help out with these costs?
We have one right here in our county, the Mojave Valley Fire District has worked with the Fort Mojave Indian Tribe, and Fort Mojave has also had a contract with them. Speaking from my perspective, I'm not sure that that's the gist of the problem. Yes, you could probably get some additional funds there, but from what I've seen on some of the financials is that would not solve the issue here. I think what needs to be done is a complete forensic audit, find out where the money went. The administrator would then kind of evaluate that and set up a plan. There are two other places in the state that I know of that have had some similar problems. One of them is White Mountain Lakes over near Payson. They were in very similar circumstances, and right now they have turned around and they are working with the fire district intact. And John Flynn is now working with the Show Low Fire District, who are still in the middle of an investigation, so not much has been released there, but they had some significant financial issues also, and I would anticipate that their fire district come out intact also when it's all said and done.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Mr. Mott, Supervisor Mott.
I think the answer was implied in your earlier statement, but I just want to clarify it. Do you believe that Mr. Flynn is worth the financial investment that was brought up by Mr. Watson in order to attempt to solve this problem?
I'm very familiar with Mr. Flynn, and he does good works for the fire districts. He's also, for full disclosure, he is a lobbyist for the fire districts, but he is very knowledgeable, and I believe that he would be worth that investment. I think that he would be most familiar with any issue that would arise there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Southey.
Chairman, I have a question of him also.
Supervisor Johnson?
I think I disagree with some of your statements. First of all, with the idea of the forensic audit and all that is great, but going back to place blame or find out where the money disappeared to is not going to solve the problem that we have today. What we're interested in is keeping it going. I don't think that money's going to be brought back. It could be if it is all well and good. But I disagree that the Indian tribes are not a major problem up there, because those are where the amount of accidents, the horrendous accidents that are taking place, where these firemen respond to. And like the lady brought up, we have international people who have shown up, and that's what's bankrupting their ambulance service, because they have no way to collect from these people. Where, like Fort Mojave down where with the tribes where you are, you're a community and they have a contract with you. I don't think these people will ever have a contract with us or anybody else. I think that's an issue that I don't know how they're going to ever handle it, but because of the international tourists, I don't believe that the ambulance service is going to survive, let alone the fire stations that that the fire district put up there, which weren't even in their service area, I guess. That's the only thing I have.
Thank you, Supervisor Johnson.
Chairman, supervisors, and I agree with you. I don't think that the tribal is the major problem. I think that they would help if there was a way to recuperate some of the funds from the expenses that go towards helping them. But I think the biggest problem is that you've got to be able to bring in more money than you spend, and I think that John Flynn could help the organization be able to set up a plan to do just that.
Any other questions for Mr. Southey? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next person to speak on item number 87 is Chief Mark Hurst.
Supervisors, my name is Mark Ruse. My address is 1550 Mountain Trail, Kingman, Arizona. I'm currently the fire chief of Lake Mojave Ranchos Fire District. First of all, I think we need to get the numbers straight. We're not $1 million in debt. As I show it with the numbers that we put together in our working group, of $638,295. We came back with a reduction in service, or reduction in staffing, and a reduction in everything that I think would work and still keep the district intact, but we would need PILT funds to do that. And it could be paid back over a period of time, and I kind of walked into this job with 7 months ago with a $450,000 loan taken out, and I brought that to the attention of the treasurer at that time. And they came out, they loaned us money, we paid that money back. She came out again in October to our board meeting and assured us that we were going to be okay. And we took her word for it. And we waited till the end of the year. This is what they told us. And the tax monies didn't come in. And when they realized that, that's when I came to your office and talked to you. And you told me, don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And we started at the state level for legislation, and then we worked our way past. I've done everything I can to maintain service. I'm going to tell you right now, I have 2 stations open. The people that are there don't know if they're getting paid, and frankly, I don't think they care if they're getting paid, but we still are providing the service to the community, both Meadview and Dolan Springs and the highway. And basically, my question to you is, what am I supposed to do until this administrator gets here? Am I supposed to turn the lights out in the place? Or am I supposed to continue the service to the citizens that have paid for it? And we're not $1 million in debt. We need to make sure that the numbers are correct. I've got them right here.
Thank you, Chief Hurst. And yes, we will do everything we possibly can legally to solve this issue. Understand your position on most every item. And we're here to help as best we possibly can, but we also have to take the legal steps in order to do that.
I understand that, sir. Can I ask one more question? What am I supposed to do in the meantime between now and this administrator getting here? Am I supposed to maintain that service or not? Because there's people's lives at stake, a lot of people's lives.
I would imagine that we could get that person, if Mr. Flynn were to be entertained for employment today, we could have that answered for you this afternoon.
Okay, and I would expect that on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. We will continue to provide the service until we hear that. Otherwise, or we get an answer otherwise. In that sense, understood, correct?
Chief Roos, I'll have an answer for you this afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Moss, or Supervisor Moss, I'm sorry.
I have a couple questions. What was the exact number of your debt again? 600 and how many thousands?
$638,295.
So 2/3 of $1 million, roughly.
Roughly.
Okay. You mentioned that the treasurer made some comments to you regarding the viability of the district financially. Does the district employ its own bookkeeper?
No, we don't employ a bookkeeper, but we have somebody that come in and does an audit every year.
Okay.
So we have had an audit every year, including this past year.
Now, I'm not an expert in how fire districts are run, but it's my understanding that fire districts are independent taxing entities and that you set your own tax rate and you develop your budget based upon the revenues you take in and the expenses that you develop. Is that correct?
That is correct, but we don't have an idea of how many people are going to pay our taxes. Currently, the county, we're owed $480,000 in uncollected property tax.
And it's my understanding that each and every fire district in Mojave County works under that same system.
Correct, but not under the same guise of my district. My district has a huge thoroughfare, i.e. I-93. It also has Pierce Ferry Road, which I have 300 buses a day driving up and down.
How long has your district been in place?
20 years.
Okay. Is this the first year that this problem has materialized?
No, sir, but I've only had this job 7 months.
Okay.
So I've tried to do everything in my power to mitigate and continue to provide the service, because you never know when that service is going to be needed. You can't cut services when you don't know what you're going to need.
Well, my point is, sir, that for 18, 19 years up until this point, the fire district operated fine, or at least got along. And this last year, it hasn't. So, and every other fire district has had to deal with uncollected property taxes. For the last 18 years, you've dealt with that major thoroughfare on 93. What changed in the last year?
The tourism's changed, you know.
There's more tourism now?
Yeah, take a look at the ratio of your speeding tickets you're writing in my district. Your county's writing in my speeding. The amount of people that are traveling up and down Pierce Ferry Road to get to one of the top 10 tourist attractions now in the world.
In the last year, the tourism has increased?
Absolutely, it's increased.
Okay. Thank you for that information.
I have a question.
Supervisor Brotherton?
Okay, I have these figures in front of me, Chief. 638,295. That's what. Okay, we have payroll 12013. It wasn't made 56,000.
Correct.
That's included in here. Another payroll 2313 wasn't paid. Another 56,000.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if these payroll liabilities are not paid within 2 weeks, which I think were there, of the pay date, the district will owe a penalty, and the amount due will be up to 3 times this amount. What is 3 times that amount?
Well, statistically, that doesn't happen, just to let you know. The employees are willing to get paid what they're owed, and as far as I can tell, we're looking at the numbers of. We're not going to predict things, is what I'm saying.
Okay, the Fair Labor Board tells us, dictates these things
Okay.
to us. So if you include that amount, it is $1 million. And have you considered the amount of money? I know that there are several people on your payroll that thought they had insurance, and they don't. And one says he accrued a $50,000 debt at KRMC, and now he's going to be liable for it. Have you included anything?
That's
Yes.
not true. It's not
Well,
from
that's what he
KRMC.
said in front of everybody out there.
Okay, well, when I was the county board of supervisors telling me when I walk in his office that everything's going to be okay.
I didn't say that.
No, I know that. I'm just telling you.
Mr. Chief, I told you that we would do everything we legally can do to solve your problem.
Okay.
That's what I said.
You said everything is going to be okay, Mark.
You can have your opinion on that.
I
but
witness.
That's exactly what I said. And I said that in Phoenix when we were there also.
I didn't get to go to Phoenix with you, sir.
Any more questions for the chief? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Next person that would like to speak on item number 87 is Chief Patrick Moore of the Consolidated Fire District.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Patrick Moore, Fire Chief, Northern Arizona Consolidated Fire District. Here to answer any questions. I don't have a prepared statement or anything else. Just want to validate information if that's what you're looking for.
I have a question.
Chairman.
Okay.
Supervisor President.
Chief Moore, what arrangements have you talked about or entertained in trying to provide coverage maybe for this area until such time we can get things back on track?
We have an agreement through the statewide mutual aid that we would respond and help assist with any of their calls, even prior to this financial mess that we're in. And we'll abide by that agreement and move forward with that. So it is a delayed response. We understand that. But unfortunately, right now, that's the best position that we're in and able to provide. That would be from the chloride station, Station 39. Unfortunately, that's just the best that we can provide at this time. The agreement's already in place, and so there's not a lot of work to do to make that happen.
Okay, I know you have been involved in all of these discussions and several of these meetings, and we've seen figures, and it seems like almost every time we have different figures. I would just like, because I know you've dealt with things like this, I know that you've had to cut one of your station's services, et cetera. In your expert opinion, what do you feel like the solution to this district would be?
I believe that the only option you have before you is to appoint the administrator with the resignation of their board. That being said, he would come in and prepare a plan, present a plan to you guys with input and bring it back to you guys. At the end of the day, with all the call volume and everything else that goes on out there, any one of us can't spend more than we generate, and that's unfortunately the situation that we have experienced there. So.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Are you familiar with what has changed in that particular fire district over the last year, which has created this revenue shortfall?
We've been aware of the finances as we have with every special fire district in Mojave County. They've received less assessed valuation, but no different than the Golden Valley Fire District or even my fire district, the Bullhead Fire District. From our meetings and things of that nature, they have their cuts haven't matched what their income reductions are. They've continued to spend even though they were receiving less money.
And the other fire districts, such as your own, managed to make the deeper cuts that were required?
Correct. Otherwise, we would be in the same situation.
Thank you.
Can I say something? I believe what the director from Mojave Ranchos was referring to was, how long has the Skywalk been open? That is the big tourist attraction that they're talking about. And I believe it's been about 3 years, because I know that because I was there on opening day, and I believe it was about 3 years ago. Am I correct with that? About 3 years?
Yeah,
So I think that's what they're referring to, the extra traffic, the international traffic, people not knowing how to drive with our laws, and all the buses. That's what he's referring to, that's changed.
And again, that prompts another question on my part. And again, I'm not an expert in fire districts, and I'm trying to learn here. Whether your employees respond to an emergency or not, aren't they on the payroll earning the same amount of money, or are they paid extra
Correct.
if they respond to an emergency?
No, our costs are set for my district. We set those.
If you have to pull out of the station, then the only variable cost due to frequency would really be fuel.
Correct.
Thank you.
I have a question. Chief Moore, have you addressed the board and Chief Ruse about your concerns in the past year?
We have.
Of their financial situation?
On behalf of AFDA, myself, and other members of AFDA have tried to intervene, and we have tried to give guidance, and that's part of what the AFDA board's mission is to do that kind of information and try to help when it's wanted or when it's requested.
Any further questions for Chief Moore? Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, if you could best describe it in this paragraph.
If you want, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay. This will be long because it's an important one, and I want to make sure I get it right.
Thank you.
I move that an administrator be appointed to conduct the affairs of the district and to make recommendations on future district matters to the Board of Supervisors. Staff is directed to engage with Mr. Flynn, John Flynn, or similar individuals with experience in administrating these matters, and to prepare and evaluate the necessary contracts and documents which would, at a minimum, provide for reimbursement for any expenses incurred by the county in this process, as well as indemnification and protection for the county from any liability of the district or otherwise. Further, I move that we authorize the execution of an intergovernmental agreement between the district and the county, providing for reimbursement for the costs of services from tax revenues of the district deposited into account number 299-02-9930.
Have a motion?
I second the motion.
And a second. Any further discussion?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Do we know the amount of revenue do we know the amount of revenue that the fire district brings in? I mean, we have an idea. We've got $683,000 debt. What it costs us to run, how much tax dollars are they bringing in a year? So we have an idea. I mean, we're going to set a cap on how much is going to come out of the county before we...
Is the treasurer?
Right. We've had 2 meetings so far to get that information. We do have that information available to us now. If you'd like to go through that, we have the emergency management person here available.
Mr. Chairman, we could either have Byron address that, or we could ask O&B if they have those figures available.
Okay. Would you like those figures?
I think
Supervisor
it would
Johnson?
be good for us just to see, so we have an idea of something we're getting involved in.
Okay.
Chairman Watson, Supervisor Moss, Brotherton, Angus, and Johnson. I think in the interest of brevity, we've had a couple of work group meetings to identify these numbers and sort of get to the bottom of exactly what's transpired up there. And I think that we issued a press release after the last meeting that essentially gives the bottom line, and that's that in this current fiscal year, the projected collectible revenues was $945,041. That's, and along with that press release, we also indicated what the projected expenditures were based on what was expended the first 6 months, and those projected expenditures were $1,826,919. So I would anticipate that in future years, you would be looking at a similar revenue collectible total as that 945,000. Now, part of what we did and part of the our work group meetings was to look at where things could be cut, still maintain as much service as possible out there, but take the drastic cuts necessary to try to get a handle on this situation and get a payback. And I think our OMB people have more detailed numbers than I do right in front of me, but essentially you're looking at a payback in the order of 3 to 4 years. If you cut back services on the plan that we had developed and essentially go back to, I think, a payroll number of $360,000 annually for just payroll plus the other operating expenses. Now that's assuming you could maintain some kind of level of service. When the administrator comes in, he's going to look at the numbers we've put together, and he's going to also draw upon his own experience in the other fire districts and determine whether in fact this is something that can be done, or he has a different plan which may entail actually, as was mentioned, going dark for a few months or longer, which is what happened in White Hills Mountain Fire District, in order to essentially not provide services for a time until to allow tax revenues to come in. So in that situation, of course, you'd have an option with the ambulance service up there. There's other options for providing ambulance services such as AMR and that type of thing. But whether the administrator would be able to put together a plan to maintain a bare minimum service or opt for another plan, that would be up to him. And at this point, he's really the expert. He's the expert on this. We've in our working group, I think, looking back, we had probably there were half a dozen of us in that working group with a total of maybe 100 years of fire district experience, but I don't think any of us have ever dealt with this situation before. So at this point, the administrator is going to be the expert on it, and he's the one who needs to come in and evaluate the situation.
Right, now, is the 945,000, is that idealistic, or is that what they're collecting now?
That was based on our review of what we anticipate is being collected right now, the best numbers that we could come up with.
So this year, or this fiscal year, they should have $945,000 with 400 and some thousand owed to them, or whatever the chief said.
Well, $945,000, but essentially $916,000 of that was spent at the end of December. So, they're looking at an approximate deficit between their revenue, their anticipated collectible revenue, and their expenditures at the end of this year of $881,878. In addition to that, they've got an outstanding debt from last year of approximately $450,000.
Okay, now are there also, I'm assuming there's bonds and that sort of things, or insurance policies have to be in place for the fire truck and all those. Are any of those in jeopardy?
Well, as of last week, I know that their insurance, there was an issue with their insurance not being paid, and they were in jeopardy of losing that. Now, I can't answer that. That's something that Chief Ruse would have to answer, where they were able to come up with a payment to keep that insurance going. But obviously, that's a concern here, is if you've got people operating without without any workers' comp payments, without any liability insurance, then there's another liability there that's going to enter into this situation.
All right, I think it's the only question I had. I guess the other question I would have would be of Mr. Ekstrom would be, if we give this, the board gives this to the administrator, how do we keep track of the money he spends?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, in the intergovernmental agreement, we will have a contract with the administrator, and it will require that he reports to the board regularly. I think he'll probably report through my office to the chairman and then to the board.
Do
And
we
the
set
district will-
we set a cap or anything? I mean, you know, we have a thing with, county manager, $10,000 is his maximum. I mean, we don't want to hire some guy who makes $7,000 a month himself, and now he's spending, money without the county's authority.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, the numbers John gave me were anywhere between $4,500 and $7,000 a month, based upon how much he has to travel and the amount of time he has to spend here. Now, our people have done a lot of work on the budget and the financial side that he will not have to duplicate, so that should make it a little cheaper. Before he authorizes any expenditure of any substance, I'll have him come to the board, talk to you. In the meantime, the district remains a viable district. The only thing that changes is who manages it. It's no longer managed by the board, it's managed by the administrator, so that should not affect insurance or other items the district normally has.
But isn't what's going to affect them is the idea that nobody's cutting these people a check? I mean, you got firemen, paramedics, all the rest of them that aren't getting a check, and this administrator's going to have to either walk in, he's not taking money out of his own pocket, he's taking it out of the county, so I know we haven't done this before, but should we have something where we say, look, you need to take a look at this and come back within a week to have we can do a teleconference meeting or whatever to say, this is going to cost us, I think the county's going to have to expend $100,000 a month, or we need $300,000 to catch everybody up, or some idea. I don't like giving somebody an open book, especially a fireman.
Mr. Johnson, I appreciate that, and we will keep the board definitely in the loop as to any recommendations that Mr. Flynn makes. At the current time, I don't know how much it's going to cost, and nor does he, but he indicated he'd be here this week, so we should know pretty soon.
That's the only questions I had, was just about, didn't want to open up our bank account to somebody.
I have a follow-up question too, and this is more of a clarification, and I'm not certain if I'm sorry, sir, I forgot your name.
Byron Stewart.
Okay. If there's $600 and some $1,000 in debt, and there's roughly $900,000 in anticipated, assuming we don't have cuts, in expenses coming up until the end of this year, the total exposure we have as a county trying to fix this matter would be roughly $1.5 million. Would that be an accurate assessment, assuming drastic changes don't occur?
Well, that's anticipating that these numbers that I gave you were based on their current level of operation, or the level of operation prior to our work group meetings on this.
Right.
I believe what we looked at as part of our deliberations was what happens if they were able to maintain one station up there with a bare minimum of staff and operate on a basis of $360,000 of personnel expenses, salary and benefits over the course of a year, plus their operating expenses. And so if that's the case, you would institute right away a cut in those anticipated expenditures over that number that I gave you. And actually, I think Chief Ruse has already implemented some of those measures on his own, too.
But my point is, I understand there's cuts, and I just want to make sure the public and I think the board is fully aware that we're starting with roughly, to the end of this fiscal year, a roughly $1.5 million hole, which we hope to pull back some with cuts and reorganization and things of that nature, but it's a pretty substantial hit the county's going to take by trying to fix this problem.
That would be true, but I don't think it's going to be 1.5 million, because I think you're going to see a drastic cut in services, or the administrator's going to have the district go dark.
Right.
And so you're not going to see quite that much, but you are going to see a substantial amount. Yes.
Okay.
Any further questions? We have a motion and a second. For further clarification, do you have a copy of that motion that we can give to our clerk?
I read it pretty much from item 87, just crossed off a few lines here and there.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously for item number 87 for the employment of Mr. John Flynn as the administrator of that district. At this point in time, I'd like to take a 15-minute break.
People have been asking now. Okay.
We'll reconvene this meeting. And we'll move on down to the public hearings portion of the agenda. Under the Development Services Director, Nicholas Hont, I'll open this public hearing. Discussion, possible action for the adoption of the Mojave County Ordinance Number 301302, and that's for the Board of Adjustment and Variances to increase from 3 to 5. Anyone wishing to speak on item number 57? I have no one signed up to speak on item 57.
Make a motion to approve, Mr. Chairman.
I'll close the public hearing, and we have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second. Comment? Discussion? There being none?
I'll make a comment, just so. I think at the going to 5 individual district boards rather than one large board is just a recognition that Mojave County, I understand, is like the 5th largest landmass size county in the United States. There's so much variation between the different districts that to do justice to the individual property owners in each of the districts, the 5 individual board of adjustments method is far more prudent. And to use a word I heard earlier this morning, equitable.
Equitable. Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Moss. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item number 58, discussion possible action, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Mojave County Library District, and that is the possible approval of lease agreement.
I make a motion to discuss.
Motion for discussion?
Second.
And a second?
Okay, last we left off, this lease renewal came up last month. I asked for it to be extended for a month, so I had some time to do my own research. I won't go back into the history of it. Wanted to see if this particular office was necessary, since we were spending about $2,000 a month on it. And at that time, John Timko came up and said that there was going to be a 6-month, within the next 6 months, there was going to be a needs assessment done. And so I was going to prepare to approve a 6-month extension of the lease, but the owners of the building came in and made a request that, made a statement that if we didn't renew the lease for the full year, that we could vacate the property on February 28th. So I asked staff to see what was out there, and the library did step up. Some new space has been found at the Kingman Library, so I'm happy to report that the library annex can be moved to the Kingman Library, where I believe it belongs, along with the bookmobile, and everyone seems to be happy with that. And so I'd like to make a new motion. Does anybody want to say anything?
I have a question. The library director, is the library director here?
Oh,
Yeah.
My question is, you're going to do a needs assessment, obviously, because you have a need for more space in the Kingman Library. You have the Kingman Library as the smallest library of the 3 cities, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, didn't staff do a study saying that we had no adequate place to put this? How did we find space now all of a sudden? How are you making room for this?
That's a great question. I'd just like to qualify something. As you know, there are about 7,800 items at the Gordon Annex. And due to the situation that we have at the Kingman Library, we found space for the collection. I had a meeting with staff. We found space for the collection in the back workroom of the Kingman Library. We also had substantial space at the administrative center, and that's in conjunction with our technical services department. Quite a number of staff left for either health reasons or for promotions to other jobs. So there are a number of positions that I have not filled. And so we did have ample space in the technical services department to find space for those employees at the Gordon Annex. Now, we have 8 people in the Gordon Annex right now. 4 of those people are bookmobile staff. They're going with the collection at the Kingman Library. The other 4 people are being housed in the technical services department. So again, we had a staff meeting. They came up with some great ideas, and we're forging ahead. We're making it possible.
Do you have the docking space there to load the books in the bookmobile?
And that's exactly why we went to we placed the collection in the Kingman Library closest to the dock, so there will not be any problems transporting books from that collection to the bookmobile.
What is the needs assessment for if you have so much extra space in this building that you can move these people over?
Well, actually, Supervisor Johnson, the Kingman Library, out of the 3 urban libraries that we have, Kingman Library is the smallest in terms of square footage. Lake Havasu and Bullhead are all 30,000 square feet. Kingman Library is 15,000 square feet. For the size of the population and the community that we serve, we feel that we need to have someone take a look at the use of that facility and the square footage and the kinds of programs which we should be offering. Kingman Library also has the least amount of computers compared to the other urban libraries. So there's a tremendous need just based on usage, the number of people that come into the library. And that's what we want the consultant to do, to take a look at all of that and compare it to the other cities and provide a plan of action and service.
I guess my question with, just getting a little off of the lease, but we put it in with the needs analysis, shouldn't the library district be able to tell us that, hey, we have, in Havasu, we need more space for this because we have too many people coming in. In Kingman, we need it not just say, hey, we're going to go out and do a needs analysis and then hope to build something more. Our people should be able to say, no, we have to have, there is more than one book in Kingman Library, right?
I certainly
Sorry,
hope so. Actually, we know that we have
Mayor next minute asked me to say that, so in case anybody.
Well, we have 58,000 items. One of the other benefits of this thing in Kingman is that the staff inventoried the entire collection, and we do have 58,000 items. But the other thing that the Kingman Needs Assessment will do is we want to hear from our community. I would recommend that we have focus groups with key stakeholders, internal and stakeholders in the community, to find out what do our residents want in a new library. And I think that's really key in all of this, to get feedback from the community, because it is their living room, it is their library, and we need to hear from the community.
That's all I had, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay. In light of all that, my new motion is to approve the commercial lease agreement number 11-SF-39, Mojave County Library District Annex, for the agreed-upon 1-month lease extension beginning February 1st, 2013, and terminating February 28th, 2013, with all terms and conditions remaining the same, and authorize staff to vacate 2153 East Gordon Drive, Suite F, Kingman, Arizona, by February 28th, 2013, temporarily relocate the Library District Annex into a county facility while searching for a permanent location that will best fit the needs of the Library District.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed? Motion carried. Item number 59, Human Resources, Raymond Osona. Discussion, possible action for the approval of the county manager executive search plan, approval of the county manager job description, the recruitment brochure, and executive search expenses. Mr. Osona.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisors Angus, Brotherton, Johnson, and Moss, I want to just give an overview of the staff report we provided in terms of the executive search. There's 4 phases to a county manager executive search preparation, which is basically complete. And with your approval of the plan this morning, we will proceed starting today and tomorrow to start posting some of these positions in journals, publications that reach a national audience. It's important to emphasize that this plan is just a start, but based on applicant experience, we have to keep tabs of how we're doing in terms of an applicant and a candidate pool, so we may have to modify some of the items that I detail in here. But the next phase, which starts today, is basically recruitment and advertising. Some of the advertisements that, through my experiences and staff research, indicate can reach a broad audience is to advertise certainly in our local newspapers, because of the local people that live here, come here, and have tentacles throughout the country where they came from. They can be a great resource. Also, some of the professional publications like the Arizona League of Cities and Towns, and Counties rather, that's a national and certainly regional exposure. Jobs Available is a very effective public agency journal that we monitor and use. It basically attracts professionals, city, county managers throughout the country, and especially the western region, which seems to be the area that people publicize jobs for. Careers in Government, obviously, public sector professionals, the National Association of County Officials, the International City Management Association, national recruiters like Career Builder, Monster. So we will proceed to start publicizing this position in those areas. As we go over the next few weeks, and we will be monitoring this applicant pool every week, I've talked to my staff of being ready to respond to any kind of inquiries, phone calls, emails, and whatever, to keep our applicant pool attracted. I will keep the board weekly updated. I've talked to Mr. Hendricks, if he should become an interested applicant, that he will have to be recused from the process. So I'll probably be updating the board directly, either to the chair or the board as a whole, based on your wishes. Every week, we will identify the applicant pool into 3 tiers of qualified, highly qualified, and marginally or unqualified. And I'll be providing that information to the board, so on an ongoing process, you can see the depth of our applicant and candidate pools. Also be contacting some of the people that we want to serve on the interview panel, start developing those materials. Once we reach the process where we want to invite candidates, I'll be talking to the board, certainly those people, a little more in depth in terms of the process, the logistics of getting some of the out-of-state and out-of-county people here. One of the things I suggest, and because it's very effective in terms of the community, is an optional meet and greet exercise, maybe in the employee lounge on the 2nd floor, to allow this board, staff, and maybe members of the community to meet some of the finalists. As we go through June, then we get into the interview of the finalists, and certainly with the help of the interview board, recommending to the board their interviews of the interview finalists. If everything goes well in terms of the applicant candidate pool, we hope to be in a position that in June, the board makes an offer of employment and give that person around 30 days to give notice, And again, based on the plan, hopefully we will have a new county manager by July 1st or around that time period. Be glad to answer any questions in terms of the process.
Thank you, Mr. Sun. Any questions?
Yes, I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion that we change this advertising from Mojave County Manager or County Manager to County Administrator.
And
Second.
is part of your motion also for the approval of the executive search plan?
No.
Okay.
So,
We have a
Because I have
motion.
another question after that.
Okay. We have
So
a
for
motion.
clarification, are we going to take this in subparts then? Are we allowed to do that?
I believe we probably ought to.
Okay, good.
Some parts would probably be the best. We have a motion. Do we have a second for the name change to county executor? Or
Administrator. I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second for a name change to county administrator.
To be, didn't I already get that second in there?
Yeah.
But as I'm a gentleman, I will defer to Hildy. Her second counts.
Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Next question?
Okay, do you have an approximate amount of what maybe this will cost the county, the advertisement, all of these things that we kind of factor them in? Do you have any kind of figure?
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Brotherton, yes, I do. The advertising, the way it stands today in some of the journals that I mentioned, including the newspapers, is at about $4,065. That may change if we experience ineffective advertising on this one and want to use another one. But these are the basic boilerplates. Now, beyond that, using the last department head process we did, which was the library director, assuming 5 out-of-county candidates come in at about $5,000 in terms of lodging, travel, air and ground, and per diem, we anticipate about $1,000 per candidate. So that's about $5,000 to take care of the out-of-state candidates. So I'm assuming $9,000 to $10,000.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
As far as what's kind of normal, and this is obviously a big one, but is there anything such as a regional search? Does it have to be a national search? Can we make it a smaller area? It just seems, if we're paying for people to come in, that, I don't know, it just seems like a lot for.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Angus, yes, we can certainly do that, but it's been my experience in terms of candidates coming in-house, most of the people that would probably, quote-unquote, understand the Western city county management philosophy and approach are from the western regions. Now, there are times situations where people move from the western county city management experience to the Midwest and then the East, and they want to come back. But I would assume, and I'll have that discussion with the board, in terms of attracting the people that are probably more familiar with the western region governance, if you will.
Okay.
I have a couple questions, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Certainly.
You're dividing the candidates that submit applications into 3 categories. Who makes the decision as to which of the 3 categories they fall into?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moss, based on the job description, the minimum qualifications, the preferences, the essential jobs functions, and as I and Mr. Cunningham will go through that, we will determine based on the letter of the job descriptions. I'll give them to the board, but because this is an unclassified position at will, the board will decide who they want to interview. So in the final analysis, the board decides who they want to be the candidates and the finalists.
I think you're preempting on my next question, which is great. So you make the initial determination, you and Mr. Cunningham, as to which of the 3 categories they fall into, but the board will have access to each and every one of those 3 categories.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moss, absolutely. In my weekly reports as the applicant pool builds and the candidate pool, you will be provided that information. So you get a sense of the depth of the pools.
And this is for the, I think, more the public's benefit, but I want to make sure I draw this out. And that is, everyone who submits an application is not necessarily going to be brought into the county for an interview or this meet and greet. It'll be what the board decides is the candidates they're most interested in hearing from. Is that correct?
Mr. Moss, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Osuna, why are we going with this direction instead of like hiring a headhunting firm that might have better connections?
I proposed that, Mr. Johnson, but let me give you some criteria and some costs. And I checked with some executive search people that I know right now. An average executive search for a city county manager right now is costing about $35,000. Just for the fees and the basic stuff. Now, depending on the candidate travel and whatnot, the consultant travel, we're fairly remote, so consultants would have to come in and out of Mojave County and Kingman. That adds to the cost. But in terms of consultant fees, typically $35,000. Now, the only thing you really buy from an executive search firm is a candidate pool or a database of where the people that aren't looking for jobs are. And what you pay for in an executive search firm is to go after the candidates that may not be necessarily looking for a job, but are very well qualified. That certainly remains an option.
The other question I would have would be, you said this was going out today or tomorrow?
Mr. Johnson, 2 of the advertisements go out in the next 2 days, and then the others kind of dovetail after that.
Okay. Do we need to change anything? You have a brochure that you put together. We have some items on the agenda today as to county structure and county manager ordinance, which I think are going to be big points with whoever we hire. Are they going to be able to be included in that search, that information?
Yes, Mr. Johnson. There's a point in here in terms of providing applicant information, county demographics, org charts, the new county manager ordinance is very important. We do have a draft that's about ready to go on the brochure, working with the assistant to the county manager and Steve Latowski's and Nick Hunt's staff in terms of technical experience. So we do have a draft, but we're going to finish populating after we get direction from the board in terms of some of these new informational items.
Thank you. And what is the range we are offering?
I believe it's around 180,000, but it's going to depend on qualifications. But I think based on current salary, it's, forget the range, but recently it's around 180,000.
That includes all the benefits. That's not just base salary.
I believe that includes, doesn't include the benefits. John, is that correct?
No, I believe it.
Who made the decision to advertise at that salary?
The advertising doesn't actually say that salary, I don't believe.
That's what I was asking. Is there a range like 150 to 250,000, depending upon your qualifications, or how are we advertising it out?
Well, the figure we were using at 180,000, but like I said earlier, the brochure isn't complete, and it's really the board. Some agencies just want to say salary depending on qualifications. Other, you kind of give a target or a range. That kind of whittles out some applicants, but we can finalize that.
Right, I would just think that would be important so that a guy looks at it to give him an honest, whether it's something he can live with, can't live with, or...
Mr. Chairman, if I can ask Ray for a clarification.
Mr. Hendricks?
Thank you. We're not changing the range from what the old county manager salary range was, is that correct?
Mr. Hendricks, no, we're not.
Well, now, in light of changing the actual title from administrator to manager, is there any step change on that?
Mrs. Angus, no. Many agencies, including city governments, use administrator or chief administrator in lieu of a city county manager. But that would not affect the range, if that's your question.
I have another question. Maybe it's directed to Mr. Ekstrom. Is there anything prohibiting the board to saying now as part of this advertisement search that the salary is limited or the range is $120,000 to $150,000 plus benefits?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Moss, no, there is not. You can set it wherever you want.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I guess now that we're talking about salaries, this range that you have, I know we haven't adjusted salaries for pretty much anybody in the county in quite a few years. The range that we have in place now for the county manager, is that the standard range now? I mean,
Mr. Johnson, in looking at some of the county city management positions and jobs available, that salary is very competitive.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Osuna?
I'm confused now. I don't know what we decided on. We're going with the same
I think
range
someone
of-
has to make a motion, and if you like, I'll take a stab at it.
Okay.
Okay. I move that we approve the county administrator search as detailed by Mr. Osuna, with the caveat that as part of the advertisement, we state that the proposed salary range is $120,000 to $150,000 per annum plus benefits.
That's plus benefits.
Plus benefits. Because as I understand it right now, was previously being contemplated was $180,000 plus benefits.
That's correct.
Okay, we have a motion
I second.
and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, obviously, I'll be voting no just because of the salary. I believe that we get what we pay for, and it's going to limit the people who will apply. But everything else I agree with, just the salary.
Thank you, Supervisor Johnson. And I would
Well, then,
say-
can I say something else then? Can we just say salary commensurate with experience, so we have an option?
Mrs. Andrews, thank you for suggesting that. After your comments, I was going to suggest that that's probably a better approach, and make the board decide on the qualifications, what you want to pay when you make the offer.
Well, if I have the leeway, then I'll amend my motion to eliminate the salary range and substitute in its place salary commiserate upon experience.
we have an amended motion, and we will require an amended second.
I second the motion.
Amended second.
Amended second.
Okay, further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Another unanimous decision. Thank you. We continue on the next part of this, I would suppose, would be job description. Is that
No, that's not what it says.
what you wanted to address next, Supervisor Moss?
Well, it's not my item, but I think that would be a fine place to start when it comes to discussing the job description. Is this still under item 59, is that correct?
Item 59.
No.
No? Or are we going to 60?
It's a whole different,
Because the county manager contract and ordinance are separate items in this agenda.
yeah.
Okay, yes, I understand that, but we're going to have to make a reference back then.
For Mr. Osuna's sake, what the job
for-
description is.
For Mr.
Then, just for purposes of starting the ball rolling then, I move as a side motion to item 59 that the staff prepare a job description referring to, is it Yavapai, Coconino, and Yuma counties being the counties which I understand are closest to us in size when it comes to their administrator/manager position.
Okay, we have a motion.
What was that motion on again?
Yeah, why are we making?
Apparently, we need a job description to put out with this advertisement, and this is to direct the staff what policies they should refer to in other counties in order to create this job description to include within the advertisement.
Well, wouldn't this be part of when we speak about the ordinance? Wouldn't this all be taken up then? We're sort of bouncing around. It's kind of confusing.
Well, if you like, I'll withdraw my motion. I'm not wedded to it. I was responding to a gentle nudge from the chair.
Possibly, if I were a little more descriptive than what I'm looking for here, is to come back to staff with the job description after it's addressed further down the agenda.
I will amend my motion to say exactly what Mr. Watson said.
Right, and Mr. Chairman, isn't there already, Mr. Osuna has already put together a flyer and everything, so I think that's all done except for whatever changes we make later on, right? 'Cause I saw a flyer.
Mr. Chairman, I believe,
County Manager?
thank you very much. I believe HR has made modifications to the existing job description, with the exception of what was discussed and approved here today, the calling the county manager the county administrator. But there should be an existing job description for your all's consideration that could be modified at your all's pleasure. Thank you.
Okay. Then with that, maybe there's a possibility we don't need a motion at all. We'll
I'll
continue.
withdraw my motion.
Withdraw the motion, all right. With that said, we'll move on to
Item 60.
item 60.
Chairman, I'd make it's not a public hearing, so I'd make a motion for approval.
Motion for approval.
Second.
And a second. Discussion.
Mr. Chairman, under discussion, I think this shows another good thing. We have a lot of costs associated with the pawn shop record keeping with the sheriff's department and other departments, and this is going to offset that cost from the general fund, so the people who actually use it pay for it. I've talked to you, probably as you have too, I've talked to some of the pawn shop people who understand that. It's obviously going to be another problem for them to keep records, but they like to keep records, especially when people get their stolen items returned. So I commend the staff for putting this together and coming forward.
That's great. We have a motion and a second. Would you care for any further explanation by anyone for this item?
I'm fine. As I understand it, we're putting it off till May 6th anyway for final decision.
Any further questions? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item number 61. Discussion possible action approving the appointment of Mr. Bill Baker as Chief Deputy Treasurer.
Motion to discuss.
Motion for discussion?
Second.
And second? Supervisor Andrews.
Oh, well, is Cindy Cox here to?
Good morning, Chairman Watson and supervisors, county attorney, county manager, and clerk of the board.
Oh, well, I just wanted to introduce Mr. Barker as your...
Bill Barker was the accountant in the office for the last 3 years. He was a former CPA. He has done incredible work for me. One of the things I did was ask that I speak in opposition to this agenda item, but I'm not opposing the appointment, I'm opposing the dates. And this is really, excuse me for not knowing the protocol for how the board decides these things, or human resources for that matter, but Mr. Barker has been acting as the chief deputy since the middle of December. He took the oath to be the chief deputy treasurer on January 4th or thereabout, but has been acting in that capacity since then. So I had requested that this be a retroactive kind of thing where he became, because I wasn't able to put it on the agenda on January 2nd because I was being sworn in. And it was too late for the January 7th unless I begged one of you. So we just kind of said, okay, we'll come back on the 4th and ask that it be kind of a retroactive thing. And I just ask that you consider that.
So what's the date that you're looking?
January 2nd?
Is there any issue with HR that we need to know about?
Mr. Timko, do you have a problem with that, with the budget?
No problem. Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, that was my recommendation based on an administrative procedure that the board back then adopted in 2008 to basically establish salary placement from all county employees, including appointed people like Mr. Barker. It says that typically it's not retroactive and becomes effective the start of the new pay period. But this is an appointed position, so as Mr. Temko implied, you can change my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Sun.
I have a follow-up comment or question, not for Mr. Osuna.
Supervisor Moss.
Okay. You are, Ms. Cox, you don't have to beg anybody. I think any one of the five of us will put anything you want on the agenda anytime you want.
Thank you, Supervisor Moss.
And when it comes to Mr. Barker, when Mr. Watson set up the county tour for the supervisors-elect, Mr. Barker was extremely helpful and knowledgeable, and the hour or so we spent with him was greatly appreciated.
And can I just say, one of the things that's very interesting, just so you know, my background is corporate accounting, and I am an accounting teacher, so I'm debits and credits kind of accountant, and Mr. Barker's is tax, CPA, and we fill in each other's gaps tremendously well, work extremely well together, and I just wanted you to know that. So,
Thank you, Ms. Cox.
thank you.
Any further discussion?
Okay, so make a motion to amend this, to approve the appointment of Mr. Bill Barker as Chief Deputy Treasurer effective January 2nd, is that right? January 4th? Okay, January 4th, 2013, and approve the recommended annual salary of $57,500 effective, would it still be February 9th, 2013? Is that still right? Okay.
January
Mr.
4th
Chair.
again, what?
I'm sorry, point of order. You asked what date. I think it's actually the 2nd.
It is the 2nd.
It is the
That's what I
2nd.
said first.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
January
And
2nd.
but it's effective February 9th, still.
No, it's effective Jan.
Oh, so effective January. So there's two effective dates in here. So we can leave out the last effective. Just effective January 2nd.
January 2nd.
That's
That's
it.
it.
Okay.
I need to say it again?
Is there enough clarification? Do you have clarification on that?
Okay.
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second for the appointment of Mr. Bill Barker, Chief Deputy, at the rate of $57,500 a year, effective January 2nd. We have a second. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. We're approaching item number 62 under the chairman's portion of this, and I would recommend that we take 1 hour for lunch and then reconvene at 1 p.m.
Do we have a motion for that, or we just have to, I move we
Bang the gavel.
we reconvene, take an hour for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m.
Okay, we have a motion. Second?
I don't know.
For lunch?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
I might
We-
head back and do this.
Yes, I second that motion.
Motion and second for lunch. Those in
Aye.
favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Return at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. It was in his resume.
Are you kidding me?
Reconvene this meeting.
Excuse me. Chairman Watson, I'd like to make a motion to move item 78 to be the next item on the agenda, placing it in front of item 62. And I'd like to move item 63 to be in following item 86, as I think it fits more naturally at that particular location.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion?
Has a
I made a
motion been
motion.
That was a
made?
motion, or second?
We have second. Discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. We'll go to item 78. That is for the discussion, possible action, directing staff to develop necessary agreements for the Board of Supervisors' consideration and approval for a long-term lease of property on a portion of property owned by Cheryl Ventures Limited Partnership in Mojave County. Fort Mojave Community Park, coupled with Colorado Union High School, for a maintenance agreement, and further approve Mojave County Parks and Recs provision of $250,000 sourced to fund 216 parks and community park improvements necessary to commence park operations and public use. Motion for discussion?
Second.
I move for discussion.
Motion and second for discussion. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Okay, item 7. Questions?
Is there anyone here to speak on that item?
I'll go through. Be surprised if there wasn't. Yes, I have 2 people that would like to address that item. Joseph Mickelson. Is Joseph Mickelson in the audience?
Oh, you left.
And Neil Hickerson. Neil Hickerson?
Good afternoon. Neil Hickerson, 582 Hoke Road, Golden Valley. And I'd like to go ahead and just retract my request to speak on that. I found some other information I don't need to talk about now. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else care to speak on item 78? Mr. Mezzi, I don't see your application for, to speak in here, but I'll certainly allow you to come up to speak. You'll state your name and address, please.
Sure. Chairman Watson, Vice Chair Angus, Supervisors. My name is Mehdi Azarmi. My address, 1896 Clear Lake Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about Mojave Valley Park. Just over 4 years ago, Supervisor Sackwell asked me to team up with Mojave Valley Park group that they were trying to put together a park in Mojave Valley. We decided to start the project with the sources and resources that was available to us, with the philosophy that if you start, good things is going to follow. It's going to happen. And in another way, we trusted our community to support our very first park in Mojave Valley. In order to accomplish that goal, we formed a team of professionals needed to cover different aspects of the project with their in-kind donations, which would be time and material. And again, that was zero cost to Mojave Valley Park. Making long story short, we were able to complete architectural plan, construction plan, grading plan, site plan, all aspects of surveying, drainage study, and grading of 39 acres of land that is going to be leased by Chip Sherrill and Sherrill's family, very generous to provide that 39 acre for 50 years with a $1 per year, lease. And with the help of Mr. Steve Moss then and Supervisor Moss now, we secured a $50,000 grant from Legacy Foundation toward the soccer field, football field, and restrooms. Legacy Foundation had a condition for us to come up with $25,000. $10,000 came from AYSO, American Youth Soccer Organization, which is a community local soccer program, and 5 local contractors each picked up $3,000 in in-kind donations. We also approached the power plant in Laughlin, and successfully were able to transport a long list of material, again with the in-kind donations in terms of the semi-trucks and flatbeds that needed to be transporting those. The retail value of those in-kind donation material, I would say to the best of my knowledge, should be $200,000 to $300,000. I assume by then community became aware of our intention and our goal, and we had a pleasant surprise of $250,000 donation by one of our community members who wants to be anonymous. However, there is a challenge, and the condition for this $250,000 to be matched by two $250,000, which at that time was Legacy Foundation and Arizona Diamondbacks. December of 2011, Mr. Moss helped us submit a request for a $250,000 grant to Arizona Diamondback, which I have a copy of it right here. And during the year of 2012, we followed up with Legacy Foundation from different angles, and we were trying to basically secure that $250,000. Well, we just received a very polite denial letter dated, actually I have a copy of it right here, dated January 17th. And that brings us to this meeting today. We would like to proceed with Phase 1 and Phase 2, which consist of soccer field, football field, softball and baseball field, and also restrooms. I was before the Legacy Foundation's board, and we presented a reduction of our budget from $729,000 down to just under $500,000. So they agreed to work with us in terms of getting at least the part of the softball and baseball field taken care of, as long as we would be able to have a commitment from Mojave County for the $250,000 toward the future development of the other aspects of the park to satisfy our generous donors and also the Legacy Foundation's challenge of 2-to-1. New District 5 is the only district with no park. I sincerely hope the new Board of Supervisors help us achieve our community goal. At this point, I'd like to recognize and appreciate Chip Sherrill for not only Mojave Valley Park and the work that he's done on that, but other community projects. Unfortunately, he's sick and he couldn't make it from Phoenix, and is not here today. And also, I'd like to recognize and appreciate Supervisor Moss's work for all the time and counseling he provided. Without these two members of our community, we would not be able to be here. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Meddy. Any questions?
I have questions. First of all, I'll correct you. District 3 does not have a county park.
Okay.
I'm sure there's other districts probably don't have a county park either. This organization that you belong to for the Park Association, is that a 501c3?
It's a nonprofit organization. It's been around, and it was in your district for quite some time, yes.
That's the one for the park?
Yes.
And it is called what?
Mojave Valley Park.
Mojave Valley Park. And how does somebody go about becoming a member of that organization?
Just volunteers. We are all volunteers.
This has been going on for quite some time, and what concerns me now is this was always at no cost to the county. There was supposed to be an improvement district formed, and the residents were going to pay for this park and continue to pay. I see nothing about that anywhere in the paperwork we have. Has that changed? Now you're looking for how you're going to plan on running this park?
We have an agreement with River Valley High School that they're going to take care of maintenance. We already have that in place with the agreement. Mojave Valley Park is working. The property is just south of the River Valley High School, and it's 39 acres. The high school is in need of some facility, so we are going to, we have an agreement in place with the River Valley High School to take care of and maintain it.
So what you're asking for today, I guess, is for the county to just give you a gift of $250,000 for the park. We have no other obligations.
For the future, for the future progress. I mean, that's something that, we would need to satisfy the other $250,000 that we already received, yes.
I'm not sure, just giving you $250,000 for what? Isn't there a plan to say we need benches, we need grass, you just want $250,000?
Well, that would be up to the county staff to sit down and basically negotiate what they want to have, because we already have the in-kind donations and also contributions to take care of the soccer field, football field, restroom, softball fields, baseball fields, and basically what we were asking for is the additional, and there's a lot of in-kind donations in there. I mean, you know better than anybody else that the building a park in this magnitude of a 39-acre, it would take much more than, this kind of money. So there's a lot of commitment that we have from the community and sources and resources we have available from the in-kind donations by the private sector. And we firmly believe that, with a joint venture between the private sector and, in this case, county, we would be able to accomplish our goal.
But I see no, unless it's in here somewhere, and it was a problem getting our backup to us this time, but is there a dollar amount? Is this, you're saying we have a $10 million park or X amount dollar park. This is what we're doing. And we need $250,000 from you to complete it. Our maintenance, I didn't see a maintenance agreement. I saw that the school district was involved, but I didn't see anything to say we are doing this for free or we're doing this. I'm guessing they're going to trade out so they could use the fields or something.
Correct.
But we see none of that. Is there you're building a park, I mean, I saw the drawings, which were nice, but what is your ultimate goal and how are you going to get there if you couldn't, get the original money and you didn't follow through with an improvement district?
Well, if you didn't have the agreement with the River Valley High School, definitely we would have a problem. But since we already have an agreement with the River Valley High School, and I believe the item on the agenda is for the county to also work with them. So your $250,000, I assume, would be contingent upon satisfying the Board of Supervisors in terms of all those requirements that you're thinking.
I guess I don't have any more questions of Mr. Azimi. I guess with Supervisor Moss, maybe it's a little premature to give them $250. I mean, I don't know where you were trying to go with this, but I don't know we have all the answers. Unless it's just a straight-out donation, then that's
There would be no exchange or giving of cash, county cash, to this park until the county took the park as their property. It actually becomes a county park. The process that's intended to be followed in order to maximize the development of this park as quickly and as cost-effectively as possible is that the $250,000 from our anonymous donor, who doesn't want to be identified until that person passes away, which, by the way, has already been paid over to the park committee, so we have the money, and the $250,000 promised by the Legacy Foundation, which is a hundreds of millions of dollars foundation, and they're good for their money. In addition to the $50,000 the Legacy has already contributed, and the in-kind donations, which is both labor and materials provided by the community at large, would all be put into the park. And the county instead, in order to satisfy the grant conditions, would simply reserve those funds pending those monies, those private monies and materials and time being put into the park and exhausted. And in the meantime, the county would then engage with both the Colorado River Union High School District, which would be, the general concept is they would have the right of first use during school hours to train their soccer teams, baseball teams, softball teams, football teams, and that will help them avoid having to build new fields of their own because they're under pressure to do that. And in exchange for that benefit, they would then maintain the park. So the county, in the meantime, would work out that agreement, that formal agreement. In addition to the county engaging with the Mojave Valley Fort Mojave Park Committee, which I believe is the full extended name of this nonprofit, to have a transfer of the lease from both them and the Sherrill family so the county can take essentially ownership of the possessory interest over the next 50 years. So that's the overall concept that's being put before this board so we can get this ball rolling, we can assure our donating entities and individual donors that the county is a full partner in this process, and that community of roughly 40-some thousand, well, I got to about roughly 30,000 people will have a park. And you are correct, Supervisor Johnson, that District 3 doesn't have a county park, but the county did give Lake Havasu City, I think, something over 1,000 acres of land, which is in District 3, to the city, so they could have a park. We don't have that option here. And as by way of public policy standpoint, it's my understanding from the assessor that District 5 produces the second most property taxes in the county, but doesn't have a park. So there is an issue of equity here.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Moss, the board can obviously vote, unanimous vote to do whatever they want to do within the confines of the law, but up until this point, we have not taken general fund monies or monies to put into parks. Parks are self-sufficient, where, like we've gone over that Bullhead, Davis Camp pays the majority of cost everywhere. So if this is going to be a new policy, this is something we're taking on, because there's a lot of people in this audience that come from unincorporated areas who are going to be clamoring at the door for us to build them parks. I mean, I don't know if you want to address that issue first, or whatever. I'm just bringing it up as a point of interest.
Mr. Chairman, may I have a response, a small response? It's my understanding, and I'm not involved in county government anywhere near the length of time that Supervisor Johnson has been, but we do have a county parks department, and we do have parks in Dolan Springs and Chloride and Butler. We have the Wallapai Park. We have the Davis Camp, which I believe is a cash cow, which subsidizes those other parks. And as far as I can identify within the county records, and perhaps I missed it, those Chloride and Dolan Springs and Butler parks don't generate revenue either. So they're subsidized by the Parks Department from the various revenue sources maintained by the Parks Department. And it's my understanding that there is a more than sufficient reserve, and then some, within the Parks Department's reserve budget, which I believe that Mr. Hendricks would be far more competent to speak on than I. So it's not like we're going to break the bank by reserving the $250,000. There's that and more already in existence, which is supposed to be used for these type of purposes, is my understanding.
Right, and Chairman Watson, Supervisor Bosch, yeah, if we're going to change that policy, that's all I was looking at, because it is, the $250,000 might be a short, the short end of the money when you go over 50 years of just maintaining the park, because the easy part's to build it, the hard part's to maintain it. That's all I had.
You're certainly correct in the operation and maintenance of that, Supervisor Johnson, and I'm quite impressed with the community coming up with these dollars and these types of resources. It appears to me that if this is going to be setting a precedent, it's certainly a precedent that is pretty much evident that the community is totally involved in that. And those are my only comments.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add, what is the other side of the coin? I mean, if we are not going to proceed with this park, how long will it take for the county to come up with a budget for a full-blown park for these 20,000 or more people within few miles of this location? So obviously the community recognized and has recognized that and trying to do their best with the means that they have to proceed and at least have something minimal for the community. So I think I appreciate your comment on that.
Thank you, Ms. Betty.
I'd like to make a motion. I move that, subject to the monies raised to date and the in-kind dollars raised and labor raised to date being actually put into the park, that the staff is directed to develop all necessary agreements for consideration and approval of the Board of Supervisors to assume the long-term lease of the property on a portion of APN 224-20-0211, owned by Sherrill Ventures Limited Partnership towards Mojave Counties, operation of the proposed Mojave Valley Fort Mojave Community Park, coupled with appropriate partnership arrangements with the Colorado River Union Hydro School District for maintenance and use issues, and further approve the Mojave County reserving from the Mojave County Parks $250,000 sourced to Fund 216, Parks for the Community, for improvements to be placed, additional improvements to be placed into the park which is necessary to meet grant conditions and further and make improvements for the benefit of the District 5 community.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
A second.
And a second. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, please signify by saying aye.
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 And those opposed?
No.
Okay. Item passed.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now revert to item 62. Discussion, possible action, approve the appointment of Leonard Durian to the Mojave County Citizens Library Advisory Committee, representing Supervisor District 1, term to expire March 15th, 2014. And I'll make a motion for that appointment.
Also, no, Hildy beat me to it.
We have a motion and a second by Supervisor Andes. Discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, motion carried. Item number 63 has been moved, so we'll go then to item number 64. Discussion, possible action, sitting as the Board of Directors, Mojave County Flood Control District. For the reallocation of flood control funds in the amount of $1,383,700 in the specific amounts of $379,549 to Valette City, $723,952 to Lake Havasu City, $271,620 to the City of Kingman, and $8,579 to Colorado City, which amounts were deducted from the 2010-2011 fiscal year's distribution to the city's allocations to compensate the county general fund for the portion of the funds that were swept by the state of Arizona. Motion for discussion.
Motion for discussion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Ms. Angus?
Okay, I think we have some people signed up that would like to speak to it.
First one we have is Toby Cotter. Mr. Cotter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors.
May I say something, Mr. Watson? May I say something?
Certainly.
Welcome back, Mr. Cotter.
Thank you. Thank you. The afternoons are a lot more fun here. Chairman and Supervisors, back in May, this item was on your board agenda, and realizing 3 of you are new, 2 of you heard this from me last time. So as we go back to May, the packet that was presented to you by staff at that time included email correspondence from myself to the former manager. What was missing from your packet, in my opinion, was data. The 5 of you, the 3 of you at the time, the 5 of you now, didn't have the data that you have today. And quite frankly, I spoke asking for a fair, equitable distribution of the funds. What we didn't have, myself and the other communities in the county, was all of the data. And so we've been meeting with the county, and in fact, your new interim acting county manager provided us with that data. And so I was able to put together a little bit of information that I'll share with you. I wish I could have shared this with you back in May, but you can't share information if it's not shared with you. So of that total levy, the year we're talking about, that 10-11 time frame, the county levy was $12,306,730. Of that, the cities were to receive back under the formula that was brought forward by your former county manager was $2.5 million, nearly $2.6 million. That's 21% of what the cities in the county paid, while the county was going to keep $9.7 million, or 79% of that. I couldn't talk to you in May about that because I, quite frankly, wasn't given the data. I couldn't run the formulas because the formula wasn't shared. I'd been asking for that formula for a long time. It hadn't been given to us. So quite frankly, if I would have known then what I know now, I would have been a lot more vocal about it and basically saying it was totally unfair, it wasn't equitable, and the cities were essentially getting the shaft. Under that formula at that time, unincorporated county residents were getting $125 per resident. Bullhead City was receiving $18, Lake Havasu $25, Kingman $18, and Colorado City $3.36 per resident. And if you look at that in the totality, though, the four cities, our assessed value is $1.3 billion. The unincorporated areas is $1.1. The population is 62% of the county, 38% in the unincorporated areas. So assessed valuation 54%, population 62%. Remittance back on flood control, as proposed by your former manager, 21%. It wasn't fair then, it isn't fair now, and I plead with you, and I appreciate Supervisor Angus bringing this to the floor. I'm not going to speak for the other cities. I'm speaking for myself and the community I represent. Our residents are paying that tax. The way that your former manager brought it forward was not equitable, it wasn't fair, and quite frankly, it was just wrong. And I do appreciate what has been shared with us. I've been trying to get this spreadsheet for months. When we met with Mike and Nick, we got all of this. We got everything, years and years and years, going back to the 90s of data. It's all we've been asking for. I want to thank Mike and Nick for helping us understand the formula and trying to find a way to move forward. It's just unfortunate that it had to come to this. I appreciate the fact that we have an opportunity to address you, and appreciate the chairman for giving me the opportunity to address it. I don't want to sound like I'm complaining. I don't want to sound like I'm begging here. I think, though, there is an issue of fairness, and what had been an average of around 60%, why it was cut to 21%, I don't have an answer to that. And I don't think any of you do either, because I don't know that you saw the data. I don't know that you knew there were somewhere in the ballpark of some $22 million in the flood control reserve account. I don't know that you had that, because what was in your packet on May the 6th did not include that data. It only included the email that I had sent to the former manager with the responses back and the IGA. There wasn't a lot of financials in that packet. Again, I'm not trying to blame anybody. I'm just asking for fairness. Remitting this money back to us makes a big difference for the flood control projects in our city. One in particular down by the Chaparral Golf Course is possible to be commenced if we get this money. So, again, I appreciate the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Mr. Cotter. Would you wish to address item 65 at the same time?
I'd be happy to make a comment, and thanks for that offer. The problems of the past can be the problems of the past. We can create an equitable formula to move forward, and that would be my desire.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, any further discussion?
Is there anyone else?
Is that the only person that stood up?
Yeah, that's the only one that I have signed.
Well, come on back up, Mr. Carter. I thought we were going to get to everybody here. You brought up the fact that you were wrongly accused and had $1.3 million taken out of your collective pockets, 10, 11? 9, 10, when the county took $2.1 million out of ours, we didn't take any out of your split of that. But that was okay? So just pointing out that the year before, we took all the money to cover the shortfalls from the state, whether it's the right thing or the wrong thing to do, the money was taken out of the county's portion, and the cities were left whole.
Supervisor Johnson, I was not given the data for the 09-10 to analyze it that far in depth. I can tell you the percentages were around 56% at that time. But as far as how the flood control did or didn't support the general fund, I do know that on March 31st of 2012, there was $2.6 million in the flood control account. How your former manager determined that some of the current allocations needed to go back to the general fund, I can't speak for him. I'm not sure how he did it.
No, and I wasn't asking you to. I'm just saying that the year before, all the monies to make up the shortfalls came out of the county side, and none were taken from the city. The taxes, I have no problem if the county wants to go into a fiefdom where each city gets back all the money that we pay in, because obviously I'm sitting in the richest city. I don't think that's a good thing. I think the three cities have, 100 square miles of our 13,500 square miles, and there's a lot of area out there that needs to be flood control work done to protect the people here. I mean, if the board wants to go in the direction of saying, hey, the city money's, comes back into the districts, I mean, it's fine with me. I think it's the right thing to do, but it is Mojave County flood control tax. It's not Mojave County city tax.
Supervisor Johnson and Chairman Watson, if I could address that. I mean,
sure.
We went back to the beginning on this, and in your packet, in the data that was given to us by Mike, it does go back into that history and essentially shows how the county has been remitting that back to the cities, and the formula that's been used for many, many, many years, as long as you've been on the board. That changed dramatically last year. When I stood before you, there was a dramatic change. It hadn't happened that way for a long time. Now, I'm not saying that Bullhead City should get 100% back next year or in the future. What I'm saying is, on item 65, is can we come up with an equitable formula for the future, whether that's 80-20, 90-10, 75-25, whatever that formula is. And I have sure, the higher the better, right, for the city, so we can do our flood control projects. But Lake Havasu, Bullhead, Kingman, we do have a lot of projects in our city, and this essentially is not taking money from the unincorporated areas. As your own data shows, there's still a lot of flood control dollars coming in from the unincorporated areas to do those flood control projects. So in the future, if we're not here arguing about the formula and talking about equity, and we know it's, for example, an 80-20 split, if our residents pay $1 million in, we're going to get $800,000. We can plan for that. We can budget for it. We can do our priorities based on that. And I think we can move forward in a very good fashion, knowing that there is a formula. This year, quite honestly, we didn't, I think even at one point in time, we were told we may not get anything. And of course, we objected to that.
Right, I understand that. And going back, because I'm very familiar with the flood control money and how it was brought up, because we used to have different taxes for each city. And it was one of the things I said, well, let's bring them all to the same level. And at the same time, I think originally when Kingman was the heaviest population, then Bullhead, and then finally Havasu, I think the unincorporated area with the gains that we had started, like from your numbers, the unincorporated area is just a little smaller than the three cities now. So we started getting more projects out there, and you had to listen through this morning where people in White Hills, wanting services when they don't have the tax base. But yeah, I have no problem with the problem that I have is if we get a formula or if we just go back to the five system, that's fine with me. But we're in the middle of a budget time, and just like you are, I mean, if the board decides to go ahead and give money back to the cities, I'm sure you'll spend it. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Caston's going to spend it in Havasu, but we've already done our budget session. This is just my opinion. The $21 million that we have there is for our next 5-year projects. We budget out that way. It'll cut into those, but that's my only disagreement on this. If it comes to the budget time, and whatever the majority board does is fine with me, but during the middle of it bothers me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tilly.
May I say something?
Thank you, Supervisor Johnson. Supervisor Angus?
Yes. Thank you for coming forward this. The reason I put this on is because of this ongoing debate we've had last year, and I believe, like Mr. Cotter, that as long as everyone knows, everyone's okay, they understand what the formula is for budgeting going forward, and that's what has been lacking. And so I was so pleased when I was able to put together, and hopefully we'll all work together. Because as far as I know, Bullhead City, Kingman, and Lake Havasu are a part of Mojave County flood control. We're all a part of this. So with that, is there anyone else who wants to say anything?
Just for clarification, then everyone is satisfied with the formula?
Well, we haven't.
Yeah, I don't want to speak on behalf of Kingman and Havasu, but I have been in meetings with Kingman and Havasu. I believe, and they could probably nod their heads, that with item 64, they are in agreement with, we had a meeting with the county manager, and we agreed that this was a fair and equitable way to resolve the 10-11 year, and then moving forward, we need to create a formula. And I think we would agree, again, I don't want to speak for them, that something like an 80-20 split in future years of $1 million that's paid in by each city, that 800,000 of that would be remitted back, 200,000 would be kept by the county, because we understand the county has administration and collection and oversight and cameras and flood projects throughout the county that needs our support. But going from a 79-21, that 21% we just can't live with. And so I believe they are in agreement with me, and they are shaking their heads.
Very good, thank you.
They're okay for item 64.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to make a motion that we approve the reallocation of flood control funds in the total amount of $1,383,700 and in the specific amounts of $379,549 to Bullhead City, $723,952 to Lake Havasu City, $271,620 to the City of Kingman, and $8,579 to Colorado City, which amounts were deducted from the 2010-2011 fiscal year's distributions from the city's allocations to compensate the county general fund for the portion of funds swept by the state of Arizona. And we direct staff to prepare the appropriate intergovernmental agreements and any other necessary documents, and authorize the chairman to sign the intergovernmental agreements.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I'd still like to caution the board that we are in the middle of a budget, and we are taking money out of a budget that was done last year. We have that. We have other items on this agenda where we're taking more funds from a budget that's already been done. I mean, if you want to look at something for a budget that's coming up in July, I'm just trying to caution you that you're taking a lot of money out of money that's already been allocated.
I've been told that that money will be fine going back to the cities. I was assured of that.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a couple questions for Mr. Hendricks?
Supervisor Mott?
Are there roughly $20 million in flood control reserves right now?
That's 17.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Moss, I believe there's about 17 million, and we are under contract for several projects.
Okay. So to make sure I understand this, would the money that we're paying over to the city come out of the general fund or the reserves?
It would come out of the cash on hand in the flood control district.
Okay, so would I be correct interpreting that as being the reserves?
Yes, the reserves and flood control.
Okay. When it comes to, so it won't have any impact upon the fiscal budget determinations coming forward since it's essentially banked money? Would I be right in understanding it that way?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Moss, what we do have is a extended capital plan that actually identifies projects, a 5-year plan that identifies 5 years worth of projects. That plan can be modified by the board from time to time each year. We plan on bringing a 5-year plan to the board each year. So what will happen is, like I mentioned before, there are $17 million worth of reserves. There's $17 million minus some change, minus some projects, projects that are on that capital plan. What this allocation would do is possibly delay one or more of the projects on the 5th year.
Are those capital plans purely county projects, or do they include city projects?
Some of them are a combination, but we have, for an example, the railroad channel project is a joint project with the City of Kingman, but for the most part, they're county projects. I would like to mention that there are projects that benefit both county and city, because some of our projects are on the outskirts of the cities and actually benefit by reducing the amount of floodwaters coming into the cities, such as the Horizon 6 flood control channel and retention basin.
So would these projects you just named be part of the current 5-year plan?
This might clarify a little better if I can go in this vein, is when we originally budgeted the flood control monies back before the reallocation of the $1.3 million, that allocation was actually slated for the cities. And it was decided because of the sweeps that the state made to utilize flood control district funds to make up those funds that the state swept. Now, I believe that, like Supervisor Angus said, that if we do allocate the $1.3 million, it will be directly out of the reserve funds, and it shouldn't impact greatly our flood control financing.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any further discussion?
I just think if that's what it takes to right a wrong, that's what we should do.
Those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion carried.
Okay, now we're, that's, oh, sorry.
Item number 65. As for the discussion and action, sitting is the Board of Directors for the Mojave County Flood Control District to direct staff to revisit the allocation of funds and the annual distribution of those funds, the Flood Control District. Motion for discussion?
Can I just make a motion?
Certainly.
Okay. I move that we direct staff to visit the reallocation formula for the annual distribution of the portion of flood control district funds to the incorporated cities of Mojave County and bring back to the board recommendations, including a policy and procedure for an mutually agreeable distribution of those funds.
I second.
We have a motion and a second for the approval and direction. Those in favor, any further questions or discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item 66. Discussion, possible action, the acceptance of ordinance 1991-1, amended related to the county government administration and duties of the county manager, prohibiting interference, and continued from the last board meeting at January 2, 2013. Motion for discussion?
I motion for discussion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? All right. Who would like to start off item 66?
I will, Chairman Watson. We have gone over this ordinance many, many times, and there's about 3 versions of it floating around. All of the corrections have not been made, and it's been, we probably would be here the rest of the evening if we tried to go through all of those and make those corrections now. So I'm going to make a motion that we just totally cancel that ordinance at this point in time and do away with it. And then at some point in time, the Board of Supervisors now will go over these things and create a new one if necessary.
A new what? A new what? What did you say? A new what?
A new ordinance if necessary.
Second.
But we just do away with this one
Yeah,
altogether.
okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
If I could, being the author of one of the 3 versions floating around, I think, from my perspective, the purpose of the ordinance was essentially to limit the board. It tied our hands in relation to the county manager, because without that ordinance, essentially our relationship with the county manager is one of policy and contract. And with that ordinance, it's one of law, and there was penalties if a supervisor said something untoward, et cetera. And I don't think that's a very particularly healthy way of interacting with one's employee. And I think we should make it one of policy and contract, and I thoroughly approve, if nothing else, so we don't have to debate 20-some pages, line by line, of just simply eliminating it. I believe most counties don't have an ordinance regarding the county manager. They have a job description and a contract. That's it. And I think that might be the more effective way of going about it in the future.
Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to say that I agree with you, and I think a lot of this where we could debate it today if we just put it off till we hire somebody, because
Right.
no matter what contract we put together, as you as an attorney knows, they're not going to agree to whatever we do anyway, so it's more something if we work out through our county attorney or HR and stuff. Because whatever great idea we have today, nobody's going to like it, much like the cities, so.
Any further discussion? Sir,
I believe you have someone who would like to speak on that.
on
Not
item
a-
66, you are correct.
We have a motion and a second.
Yes, we have a motion and a second, but I would like to listen to this gentleman, Jack Travlaw. Oh, that's Jack Trahan. Okay. Well, we do have a motion and a second for the approval. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried unanimously. Item 67, retention or removal of the deputy county manager's positions.
Motion to discuss?
Motion to discuss,
Second.
and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried for discussion.
Mr. Chairman, do we need to, like, do a county manager first and then do an organization before we get to the deputy managers, or we have the organization and a county manager on here first? I don't know if we're,
That's probably right.
Cart before the horse?
maybe, I mean, because what we do with the other two might affect how we do with the managers. I doubt it,
But it's possible.
we just went by the numbers from the previous agenda. It's not like these are in any order here.
Okay, what would you recommend
Go
then?
to the managers,
When it comes,
88 or 89, 88?
87?
No, 80. 63, is that it? Yeah, 63.
After 63?
63 is out after 86 now, yeah.
Oh, 63, well,
So is the recommendation to push this back later on the agenda?
You think after the structure, the reorganization?
Okay, so, but we're still going to address it today.
yeah, I just
Yeah.
thought if we did shouldn't we have a manager in place first and then the reorganization? Because obviously he would want to, or she would want to be tell us something with reorganization, then we get to the deputy managers. I mean, I don't
The
know.
manager we're considering is a deputy county manager.
Right.
We might need to remove him before we consider him as a, I don't know.
What do you think? Does it matter?
Cart before the horse,
I don't know. Does it matter?
chicken
really?
or the egg?
So do you want, are we, just part of this discussion, are we considering putting number 67 to follow number 63? Is that,
I believe that's correct.
because I have no problem with that. When
I
we're
don't-
talking about it now or talk about it an hour from now, it doesn't matter. So
Doesn't matter.
I move that we remove in item 67 and instead consider it following item 63, which would fall between actual items 86 and 88, for those of you who are trying to keep track.
Okay. So now we have a motion
Second.
and a second to move to item 63. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, we have the discussion, possible action, approval of the contract with Mike Hendricks to be the acting county manager.
No,
we removed that.
no, we moved
No,
it.
excuse me.
What?
I'm sorry.
I'm
You're
sorry.
right. But he will be the acting county administrator.
Acting county administrator.
Why are we putting that now? Okay.
That's my understanding, is
I'm
that correct?
confused.
Yeah, we do discuss that, but we discuss that after item 86.
Do what now?
We moved the county manager contract towards the end of the agenda
Right,
earlier
we had
today.
moved it, but my understanding was that
We were moving it
from
back.
Oh, you want to,
Senator, or from
Yeah, I just thought we'd
Supervisor
get it over
Johnson
with.
wanted
Oh,
to
okay, he wants to move
Here.
it up.
We wanted to move it back.
oh, that's
That,
fine.
and then
That's
get it right
fine.
out of the way,
That's
yeah.
fine.
Okay. I didn't understand that either, to tell you the truth.
Okay. Everybody straight on that?
We're straight.
Okay.
Bill, you look like you're very anxious.
We are now working on item 63.
Mr. Chairman, I know there's an executive session scheduled for that item.
Before we might entertain it, I'd like to have someone, I have one person to speak on it. Steve Robinson would like to speak on this issue.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chairman Watson. Stephen Robinson, 3439 North Bowie Road in Golden Valley. In small communities, we've often operated on a handshake and the word of an individual. And I don't know if we need a contract for a period of 5 to 6 months. Because if we're talking about also on determining the salary of a future county manager, I don't believe it would necessarily be an appropriate time to give a 5% raise to the acting county manager, because he's just acting in his position as one of the current deputy county managers. So I would encourage us not to have a contract or to give him a 5% raise at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Any further discussion? Or discussion, rather? I'd like to make a motion that we move into an executive session for discussion. Mr. Extra?
Cite the statutory section with that motion. It should be here in your notice. 38431A1. An executive session to discuss personnel matters.
To discuss personnel matters. Motion?
I move that we move into executive session to discuss personnel matters related to item 63 on the agenda.
And second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Signify by saying aye. Okay.
That's what they do. They get there, you're not there.
Does that make it legal, Bill?
That's good. Don't mean to be picky.
We'll let it alone.
I keep rolling my stuff over here. I've got so much junk, I keep encroaching on your area.
Don't worry about the encroachment.
Reconvene this general meeting. Okay, we're on item 63, discussion, possible action, approval of the contract with Mike Hendricks to be acting county manager. Administrator. Motion for discussion.
I'd make a motion that we approve the form of contract that's contained in our backup data, excepting only at the wage portion where it's blank, we would insert $140,000, and changing the language in there that refers to county manager to county administrator.
To county administrator, yeah.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? There being no further discussion, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The motion is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, now are we back down to item 67?
Mr. Chairman, that was my item I placed on before.
Do you have a motion for discussion?
No. From seeing with the reorganization, I will make a motion to remove the deputy county manager's positions from Mojave County.
I second.
We have a motion and a second for the removal of the deputy county manager's positions. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item 68. The retention or removal of Mojave County building security policies and procedures at, this says at all county buildings.
Yeah.
Motion for discussion?
Make a motion to discuss.
Second.
Motion and second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Who would like to be the first to discuss?
I'll say that, this is still an item that I'm gathering information about, and there's a lot of people who have a lot of opinions, and if it's okay, I would actually make a motion to table this month and talk for next month, so we can have some more time.
Second.
Okay, we'll have a motion and a second to table this item until the next regular meeting,
Yes.
and that'll be March, the next regular meeting. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have a question, just to make sure that I understand the gist of item 68 versus item 69. 68 is concerning the removal of the magnetometer. Am I correct about that? Right. And we're going to supplement the removal of the magnetometer with an increased sheriff's deputy presence. That's my understanding of the current plan, or concept, I'll put it that way. It's not really a plan, a concept. Did I say that correct, Mr. Hendricks?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Moss, that's correct. It would be the removal of the security station, which includes the wand, which is a magnetometer, and also the x-ray machine, and also to include the gun lockers. One security guard.
So but we still have a security presence of at least 2 guards on scene.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. So the way that the concept of working in item 68 is that would be, one, it affects only the administration building, not all county buildings.
Right.
2, we'd be removing the magnetometer. And 3, we'd be eliminating 1 security guard position but keeping the balance. And all those 3 points are directed solely at the administration building and no other county buildings.
That,
Okay. I asked that, Hildy, because from my standpoint, and I'm just kicking the can around with you, I would think the sticky point would be item 69, not necessarily item 68, especially if we make the effective date of the removal of the magnetometer April 1st, because of the governor's visit, I think, in the month of March.
Well, that was one of the reasons I wanted to.
I was trying to figure out why, yes, I think that's...
And I think 68 and 69 go hand in hand.
Okay.
And I know a lot of people still want to put in some of their ideas, and I know a lot of people left, and so I just thought, because it's a big item that I know a lot of people want to discuss, I just thought maybe, since we're not going to do it anyway because of the governor, that it would be better left for next meeting. But if you want to...
Well, I mean, just so we see some forward progress, and it's not just left in that, 68 isn't left in the lump that it currently is, why don't we, and maybe Bill or Mike can tell me if this is doable, simply say that we modify 68 so that at the next month's meeting, that the staff brings to us the issue of the retention and removal of the magnetometer from the Mojave County Administration Building, the elimination of 1 guard position, with supplementing those changes with an increased sheriff's deputy presence. So everybody knows exactly what we're talking about on item 68.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, and I'll make that motion.
Just for clarification, I don't think anyone is talking about removing security, period, from the building. It's just a change in the form of security, actually.
Yes.
And so that's what we're talking about. Especially for you employees, I want you to know that. We're not going to just take away all security.
Thank you, Secretary Brotherton.
We had an original
Question.
motion and a
There's
second.
a motion on the floor
And a second.
and a second.
Yeah, she said this.
So we have to vote on whether we table the current language in 68.
Correct.
And so if we wanted to vote on my proposal, we'd have to vote the first one down and then to have another motion?
Either withdraw or vote the
Okay.
first one down.
Withdraw the first one.
Okay, I have a motion withdrawn, with first and the second have withdrawn. Okay, we're open now for a motion.
I move that we modify item 68 to read the retention or removal of the magnetometer from the Mojave County Administration Building and no other county buildings, the elimination of 1 security guard position, and offsetting those changes in our current security processes by an increased sheriff's deputy presence, all to be effective April 1st, 2013, and to be considered by this board at the next regularly scheduled meeting.
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you.
I have discussion then, if we're going to do that. If this, have we, I guess from the county attorney or risk management, have we met with our attorneys to go over this to decide if this is going to, if we're going to be able to stay in the insurance pool?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, I know that we have requested information from them through HR and through our security people, but I haven't
heard
had the
anything.
benefit of anything yet.
That's something we need to get back, because that's going to run it up. And then if we're just holding off because when the governor comes and we're just only going to give the governor security and not our employees, you might as well just remove it today then. I mean, I'm against removing it,
Mr. Chairman, one of the things, it's extremely important, like Supervisor Johnson pointed out, that we work hand in hand with our ASEP partners and with the county attorney's office. So anything that happens in regard to these security issues, we would strongly recommend that we do get some input from them. We have requested it, and Bill Hardy's gotten back with us on certain issues, and he's also assigned an attorney to work with us if we, to refine any language that we come up with. Regarding any new activities within the building, the amount of security that you provide is based on a threat assessment. And Obviously, when you have a governor coming in here, you have additional threat and a higher level of a threat assessment than you would without her here, and that would be justification for at least leaving the security station in place. One clarification that I would like for the board to consider: the magnetometer is just a small portion of the security that we have out there. We have a security station, so we have a magnetometer, and then we have we have the x-ray machine and the wand. So the magnetometer is actually the wand issue, and then we also have the lockers, the gun lockers. So when we talk about removing the security in the building, we probably need to refer to it as a security station. And that includes the extra deputy also.
Okay.
Thank you.
So would it be prudent for me to amend my motion to delete the reference to the magnetometer and instead reference the removal of the security station?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I amend my motion accordingly.
Okay.
And I'll second it accordingly.
We have a motion and a second, and let's just make sure that our clerk has that down properly. Ms. Prince, do you need any further clarification? No. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just so I'm sure of this, the motion is that we are removing it April 1st. No, we're not coming back for discussion.
No, we're coming back for discussion. Once we have now stated the specific concept, which they will take to ASIP, and we'll vote on that specific concept in the next regularly scheduled meeting. And whatever we do vote for would be effective April 1st.
Right.
That's my understanding of
That
what
will be discussed on March 4th. We have one person signed up for item 68. Jim Canellis.
I'll wait until next month, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item 69, discussion, possible action, allowing weapons in or on county facilities and vehicles by citizens and county employees. This is continued from the January 2nd meeting. There's an
Chairman, I believe this would
A and a B.
Yeah, I believe this would be continued along with 68.
It's the same thing,
Okay.
insurance.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion and a second.
May I make a comment on this before we vote?
Sure.
Because when I was reading the language and something occurred to me, and I won't take credit for this, it has to do with wiser heads in mind pouring information in my ear, including Mr. Hardy at ASIP when I met him at our training a couple weeks ago. It's not necessarily, the way the current proposed policy reads is the county is allowing weapons into this administration building. I don't think that's the proper language we should be using, primarily, for one, from a philosophical standpoint. The county doesn't allow weapons one way or the other. It's the state legislature with the current existing the law and the Constitution, which says a citizen has a right to bear a weapon. We merely decide whether or not we're posting people from not bringing weapons in. So I really think we need to, when we take this to ASIP for consideration and voting on next month, that we delete the reference to the county allowing and simply go along with the language that says something along the lines of any person carrying a weapon into this county administration building shall have that weapon in a scabbard or holster. So whether or not they carry it, it's not because we allowed it, it's because they have a right which they chose or did not choose to exercise.
But it be in a scabbard or?
A holster. That's the critical component from a safety standpoint. If a sheriff's deputy or a security guard saw someone walk in with an AR-15 in their hands, I halfway suspect they'd get shot first and ask questions later. So I think it needs to be holstered from a safety standpoint.
Would that be included in your motion?
Yes, sir.
Representative?
Yes, sir.
Supervisor? And your second?
Second.
Okay.
Can you restate the motion, please, that first motion?
Motion to table this until the next meeting, with the understanding that the agenda will reflect that we are not allowing weapons, we are just with the removal of allowing from the discussion.
Right, remove allowing, but also indicate that those weapons be in a scabbard or holsters.
Yes.
That's part of it. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
I guess, what is it, we're gonna have in there about the employees? Employees gonna be allowed to carry weapons? You can't have a double standard.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor
Andrew?
Johnson, what we were directed by staff to provide is a policy, and we provided for this meeting, we were directed to provide a policy that would allow customers to carry guns into this administration building, and also a policy that would allow our employees to carry guns in this administration building. And when we had discussion with ASEP, we asked them to evaluate both issues. And what we did to try to make this a little bit more legible is we had a 69A, which was customers, and a 69B, and we would intend to bring back those two A and B items at the next board meeting, if that's acceptable to you all.
Sounds good to me.
So your motion would include A and B?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any further discussion?
And and this is for my sake and maybe the public's sake, because I think we've read a lot more stuff than some people have on this. The issue is currently under review from both an insurance and a workers' compensation and a legal standpoint from ASEP right now, and this is to give them time to complete that review. In the meantime, speaking for myself only, and the intention is to allow people to have their right to keep and bear arms, but you just want to do so in a cost-effective and legal fashion, and that will allow us to make that decision in the March meeting.
Very good. Any further discussion?
Point of order?
Sir.
I was down to bank statement on 69, sir.
All right, your name, please? Yes, please come on down, sir.
Afternoon, Neil Hickerson, 582 Hoke Road, Golden Valley. Since you're going to table this till next month, it's kind of most of what I need to say, don't need to, but what I would like to see amended into this is not only for county employees in this building, but any county facility where a county employee works, if they so desire, have a CCW credential, can carry while they're working. And I'd like to see that language put into the motion, if possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Watson, may I make a statement?
Yeah, Supervisor.
From my perspective, and this is just my perspective, when it comes to opening it up to everything, there's two hesitations I have. One, we're just one branch of government, and for example, there's other elected officials like the Sheriff's Department and the judges who pretty much have control of their county space. And two, if we are taking what I think is a very large step towards recognition of an individual right, we would probably be better off taking it here at the primary county building and then reevaluating after 4 to 6 months so we can make adjustments before we make it a county-wide thing. So this is the first step from my perspective in order to evaluate how it goes and make a rational decision regarding this issue. Rational, fully informed decision regarding this issue.
And I understand your concern in that, but then again, you're also asking people to go another 4 to 6 months, waiving their security and their right to safety. You know, is that right to do to them as well?
I'm not sure how much of a debate I'm allowed to get into, but I believe until such time as the magnetometer goes away and the extra security guards goes away, the county is going above and beyond the call of duty to provide security to the people in this building.
Well, my point in this is there are several county facilities that are a one person in the office, they handle money, and they basically have no protection, nobody else there. If they get cornered, they're done.
I understand that concern, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hickerson.
Chairman Watson.
We also have
Go ahead.
we also have Steve Robinson that wanted to speak to the issue.
I'll wait till next month.
All right, thank you.
Chairman Watson, can I please restate the motion to see if I have this correct?
All right, please restate.
What I have is table item number 69, both sections A and B, to the next meeting, which is March 4th, so that staff can meet with ACIP to complete a review. There was also remove the word allowing and adding holster or scabbard. I just need some clarification, please.
Yes, it did remove allowing, but it did add the verbiage of weapon being in a holster or scabbard.
If Mr. Johnson would allow me to state my interpretation of what he said. Okay, thank you, Supervisor Johnson. It's the current proposed language submitted by staff would be modified to remove the phrase that the county is allowing a citizen to do anything. The county's not allowing the citizen to do anything. The county's allowing the citizen to make their own independent, and staff to make their own independent judgment. If that citizen or staff member or employee's judgment is that they will carry a weapon into the county building in their own individual choice, that's fine. But when they do so, they must do so in a holster or a scabbard. That's the modification to the ordinance, not the ordinance, the policy that we'd like staff to present to ACIP.
Does that coordinate with your motion? And your second?
Yeah.
Okay. Clarified? Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried to table this item to the March 4th meeting. Item number 70, discuss possible action, the retention and removal of the Mojave County dress code as continued from the board at the January 2nd meeting.
Motion to discuss?
Motion
Second.
and a second for discussion. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried.
Okay, I'd like to say something. We had proposed doing away with the dress code. I had asked staff to do some kind of an impromptu survey of the other counties to see how the other counties have, if they have dress codes at their Board of Supervisors meeting, and Peggy Prince was nice enough to do that. And there were, let's see, 1, 2, 3, about 4 or 5 counties that didn't answer, but the counties that did answer, including the ones that are about our size, they all said no. Mojave County is the only county that has a dress code. So seeing that and just doing away and just having your basic common decency, shoes, shirt, service kind of thing. Is that what we're saying?
Well, may I speak, Mr. Johnson? Or Mr.
Might wear a
Johnson,
little more
Mr. Watson, excuse me. There was a lot of meetings I watched where it was Mr. Johnson, so there's a little bit of a habit there still.
Supervisor Moss.
I kind of want to echo what Hildy said. I think we should generally just rely upon the disorderly conduct and the common indecency statutes. That way we don't have to sit there and worry about whether their skirt is a certain length or anything like that. If it's indecent or if it rises to the level of disorderly conduct, law enforcement out there, I see a couple guys, would take action. If it isn't, we tolerate it. So it doesn't get us in the position of being the fashion police, because I really don't want to be in that job role.
Oh, I do.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Johnson.
Supervisor Angus, the reason the other counties don't have it is because when I've asked them to, they've never had that problem. They don't seem to have a problem with people wanting to drag guns into their boardrooms or having problems with dress codes and the other ones. They think we're the strange ones for having the problems here, but they don't have those problems.
Well, what was the impetus to put the dress code in the first place? Like, why were people not allowed to wear flags? Why were people not allowed? I mean, why is it important that woman can't wear a mini skirt? I mean, I'm sure the other counties have that problem, but they don't see it as a problem.
I don't know about the miniskirts, and those came from county's management, but we have, this is broadcast on the internet, we're also broadcast on television. We had some people with obscenities on their shirts, we have FCC regulations there. We've had complaints from citizens who sit here with people with different things on their shirts. As far as the flag goes, that was something that the former county manager / administrator brought up, but there is a flag a code that goes out there about the wearing of a flag on apparel, which says you shouldn't do it. As far as guns go, when I first got into office, Mac McCarty had been arrested. I took the sign down off the building and said, anybody can carry a gun, it's Arizona. But because when we got over here, it got to be where people were strapping the guns on the outside, intimidating employees and other people, it got to the point where we could no longer conduct business in a safe manner for the public. That's where those came from.
But this is about dress code, not gun, right? So, I just don't know whose responsibility that is to do at this juncture. And, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, we all know that one incidence of a man who came in here with obscenities on his shirt, but up until then, was it a problem? Were there people just coming in with obscenities on their shirts? And I don't know. I think as a society, it's up to individuals to shame, not the government. So I'm leaving my motion to just do away with the dress code and just have your public decency laws kick in, and we all know what that is. We don't have to have a written set of it.
Is that a motion? I'm allowed to second?
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the removal of the county dress code, although I do have Jim Canellis would like to speak to that issue. Although with removal, I can't imagine him making any.
I know.
Any comment?
I'm Jim Canellis. I live at 4402 Oatman Road, Sacramento Valley. Yeah, I'm in favor of you removing this dress code. I had the privilege of being arrested for breaking this code, rule, whatever you're calling it. So please remove it so I don't have to be arrested again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canella.
I believe, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I believe you arrested Mr. Canellis because you pushed the issue. It wasn't anybody came out and got you. You refused to take off or do whatever the.
That's correct. I was exercising my First Amendment right, freedom of expression.
Yeah, and we're
It
proud
went
of that.
along with my outfit. Most women understand that.
We have a motion and a second. We'll address this issue right now.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Hendricks.
The dress code is described in the Mojave County Rules, Supervisors' Rules of Order. It's also described in the information or request for speak form. So if we do take action to approve removal of the dress code, those are the two areas that we would take it out of, just for clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Motion carried. Item number 71. That's discussion, possible action regarding the hiring of a new medical examiner as continued from the January 2nd meeting, 2013. Motion for discussion?
So made.
I'll second the motion for discussion. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? And who would like to entertain this item? Mr. Hendricks?
Yes, sir. Chairman Watson, Supervisors, the board directed staff to engage with our current medical examiner to see what needs to be done with her contract to keep her services in place. And Dr. Worrell has actually been in a contract with Mojave County as medical examiner since June of 2007. Over the course of her service, Dr. Worrell's contract has increased from $422,000 per year to $567,600 per year. Her contract was for 2 years and is set to expire in June of 2013. This contract does, however, have provisions for 3 one-year renewal options. As a condition of renewal, Dr. Worrell is asking the county to provide the following: 3 new vehicles that are capable of being equipped with stretchers and be responsible for all costs relating to vehicles, including insurance, gas, maintenance, license, and registration. She also requested that in her autopsy area down in Havasu, that we install air conditioning within the building that she's currently renting. So Public Works has provided an estimate of costs like we were requested, and it's estimated that we would have a one-time capital expenditure for HVAC and vehicles of $151,000 with a reoccurring annual operating cost of $56,000.
Thank you, Mr. Hasnick. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. or Supervisor Johnson.
Mr. Hendricks, is this something that you're willing to put up the money now, or is this going to come during contract negotiations with the coroner?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, staff is recommending that this issue not be brought up until contract negotiations. We're currently under contract. This would be addressed in the renewal contract.
The contract that we have in the past with the doctor, because obviously we did get that one raise when she decided that it wasn't enough money to conduct her business. Is she going to come forward with these items? Because now you're taking county tax dollars and air conditioning a building that not even she doesn't own. She rents that building, right? And now we're giving 3 vehicles. Do we have liability issues on those or anything? I mean, the other people that drive those vehicles, they're being bought by the county? Are we going to give, wouldn't it be better if the board, I'm not in favor of this, but if the board does just increase her contract and let her buy her own vehicles, then we don't have the liability from the vehicles? I don't know. I mean, you're doing maintenance and everything else now on vehicles. Is that something we looked at, or?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, that's a very good point. We didn't really analyze how best way to proceed if the board so chose to provide these items, but the smart thing to do would be exactly what you're talking about. Either provide an increase in her contract to allow her to purchase these things, and she would be responsible to do that. But to increase her contract, we'd be looking at that lump sum, $151,000, and then provide her with an annual renewal, which she's only allowed to renew for 1 year at a time. You know, that means that we'd be providing roughly, what is it, $65,000 plus the $151,000 as a lump sum to her 1-year renewal.
And another thing that was brought to my attention is that the coroner, they sign off on all the death certificates for the county. They're the ones that sign those off, unless a doctor is a servicing doctor, attending physician. It is my understanding that the coroner and the taxpayers are paying a tremendous amount of money because the doctors are refusing to sign off on the death certificates, thus making it the responsibility of the coroner to sign off on cases that she's obviously not going to autopsy. I mean, just their natural causes of mom or pop or whoever had terminal illness and the doctor was taking care of them. Now the coroner has to request the records, review all the records to see if she can make the determination that it was natural causes or whatever. This is costing the taxpayers a lot of money. We need to make sure that the coroner is not giving away our money to help the doctors out. I mean, that's something that's costing us a lot of money. Maybe with the savings she would make there, because I think the costs are a little less than $200 a piece to sign off on those. And the people, the citizens are upset because if mom or pop dies naturally and you want the funeral, now she has to wait till she gets those records, you know, and review them. There's a delay. So I think that's something we need to look at to make sure we're getting our, we're not paying for something we shouldn't be paying for.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, we didn't actually look into what you're referring to, but currently she's providing whatever services she's providing under contract for the $567,600 a year. So if that includes any additional activities that she has that's helping the doctors, that's what her contract amount is. We didn't ask her to reduce her contract. In fact, what we were asked to do is to take a look at what she would request to continue her employment with Mojave County. And what she's saying is that to provide the services that she's providing, to continue her contract, she wants 3 vehicles and She wants the 3 vehicles and air conditioning.
Right, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hendricks, but I think we need to look at that signing off on death certificates, but I believe,
Okay.
I want to use the figure of $160 apiece. If she could collect that money from the doctors, that would go a long ways toward offsetting the costs. I mean, there's no point in her doing somebody else's work and then having the taxpayers of Mojave County foot the bill for it.
And the other issue I'd like to bring up regarding the one-time lump sum cost on the vehicles, if we did look at, her renewal to be a maximum of 3 one-year renewals, or 3 years, it might be to the county's advantage to retain ownership of the vehicles, pay the liability insurance, which is including in the O&M yearly costs that we provided you. And then if she didn't renew her contract, Mojave County would have those vehicles for the new coroner. That's a possibility.
That's a very good point, Mr. Hendricks.
But you're looking at not doing it until the budget year anyway, so.
Yeah, we have time to discuss that with you, and if the board wants, we can go back and ask her where she can cut some costs and come back with a different proposal, and it will be at her discretion if she wants to do that. I think one of the main exercises with this was to retain her services and not have to go out and look for another coroner.
Okay.
Thank
Can I
you.
make a comment? Am I allowed to make a comment?
Certainly.
Hi, I'm Dr. Worrell from the medical examiner from Mojave County. Just to clarify on what Supervisor Johnson said, I'm not determining whether these are natural deaths. These are deaths that are natural. Our office has already investigated. They're deaths that occurred at home. We've sent an investigator, done an investigation. They do not fall under my jurisdiction or our jurisdiction. However, the state statute says if a doctor is not available, which for some reason they never seem to be, or if they just refuse, then it's the job of the medical examiner to sign those death certificates. So it's a lot of work. There's usually 5 or 6 a day that I have to try to get a hold of the doctors, find out why they won't do it or whatever. Also, if they do something and put something stupid on the death certificate, then I have to go back and redo it and figure out what the real thing was. So that is very time consuming. In August, I did put in that I did not want to continue my contract. Since the county is not going to be able to find somebody to replace me in such short time, I said that I would consider some changes to get me to stay at least another year, if not longer, and that's why I came up with that 3 list. I do not want to purchase myself more vehicles. I've done that. I don't want the liability. I don't want it anymore, the vehicles. And I need help. I need another physician. The work is way too much for one person to handle, and it's not just the number of autopsies. It's the volume of work. We did over 1,800 cases last year. Our office is just bogged down. So by having the county take over the vehicles, take over the maintenance, take over everything regarding the vehicles, that if I don't have to raise the amount of my contract, that'll give me enough to hire another doctor to come in and help me. That completely eliminates. I would not change my amount on the my current that I've had. I haven't raised it for the last 2 years. And then the other thing, the air conditioning, I will not continue another year. These 3 things are deal breakers for me. So I'll let you know now that that's where I'm standing. I'll need to know in plenty of time before the next contract, because exit and to move those coolers to get everything out of that building in time. County has a lot of equipment they're going to have to get out of there. I don't know where it's going to go. So we need to move on this and not to keep tabling it. But anyway, that's what I want to do. It's not going to be negotiable that I go out and on my own personal go buy more vehicles. I've done that. I'm still paying on some of them. I'm not going to do it, even with the county's money. I can't control this contract like a normal contractor. I can't, just for instance, for my toxicology, if we're really busy, my tox bill could be $6,000 in a month. It may be $8,000 in a month if you have a lot of deaths, or it may be $2,000. So anything extra comes from me. So we're really not It's not a contract that I can say, it depends on the number of deaths. So it's, and the number of calls, the mileage goes up, the gas goes up. It's not doable, and that's a big portion, is the vehicles. So, does that clarify anything at all for you? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a
Thank you,
question?
Dr. Worrell.
Of Dr.
Supervisor Moss?
Hi, Doctor.
Hi.
I have a question. When, as part of your duties, do you charge like other doctors or families or funeral homes or anything of that nature in addition to your contract amount? I've had that stated to me. I just never have seen anything to indicate it one way or the other.
One time in the beginning, I billed a doctor. I told him, okay, I'll sign your death certificate. You've been taking care of this patient. You say the patient died at home, so you don't know what they died of, and you haven't seen this patient in 30 days. I've never seen the patient, so you send me all your records. I'll go through them, figure out what you were treating them for, and sign the death certificate, but I'm going to bill you for that. That did not go over well. And it just came to be too much of a hassle having to call every single doctor, so I don't do that. I do bill the mortuaries for this cremation permit, so that has added income to the office that has covered a lot of our expenses. The bus accident is the only outside billing that I've ever done. That was a tremendous drain on our monthly expenses that month because of overtime, the transportation to Clark County, the meetings. That was just horrific. So I did bill the insurance company for those, for the expenses for that. But other than that, no, we never bill the families unless they require a report, and we do have a fee we charge for that. Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Supervisor?
excuse me, maybe with the county attorney, is that something we can help the doctor out on? If these doctors are going to refuse to sign off, and it takes her amount of time, if she's talking about, would you say 5 to 6 a day or 5 to 8 a day sometimes? You're running into these.
Oh, sometimes more. But the thing is, they know the state statute says if they do not sign, that I'm required by state statute to sign within 72 hours. And families are allowed to do that. And I haven't fought that because it's the families that want to bury their people. And we don't need the citizens angry at the county because they can't get a death certificate.
Oh, I understand that, but maybe if we can get, if the county attorney has an idea, or maybe if we have to do an ordinance, whatever, to say, hey, you're the doctor, you've been collecting the money, don't stick it on the rest of the taxpayers to have to do it, because I imagine there could be one time out of all those where there could be a homicide or something and you have to read everything there to find out that it's
But
natural cause.
what I was trying to explain is that we've already been to the scene,
All right.
and we've determined that it's not our case
All
and
right.
that it's a natural death. We've tried in the past, Dr. Jervis prior to me tried to get them as Medicare fraud, where they're saying that they weren't taking care of these patients, they haven't seen them, there's really nothing that I know of that can be done legally because the state statute said it's the job of the medical examiner if that doctor's unavailable, and all they have to say is that they're unavailable to sign.
Thank you. Bill, is that something that we can do something to set a fee
Mr.
schedule?
Chairman, Supervisor Johnson, I think we could look at charging a fee. We have the authority to assess fees to recover costs, and it's a cost to the county ultimately, so we can take a look at that. And we would be assessing the physicians a fee for providing that service to them.
Okay.
Any more questions for Dr. Worrell?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look at that.
Mr. Hendricks?
Mr. Chairman, if the board would like to so entertain, the recommended motion would be to direct such staff to work with Dr. Worrell and to come up with an equitable contract with the proposed changes that she's requesting and bring that back in front of the board for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrick. I'll make that motion.
Second.
Give Peggy for just a minute. You can? Okay. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried. Item 72, the appointments of members to the Mojave County Board of Supervisors to regional, state, and Mojave County boards as continued from the board meeting on January 7th. And I've got my list here, so.
Oh, really? I think I have. Just can't remember which one.
Motion for discussion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, those opposed? Motion carried for discussion on the presenting Mojave County on various boards. Right now, we have people serving on a number of boards, and I can give you that, who they are and what boards they are, but we still have 2, 4, 6 boards that need to be filled. My question at our last meeting is we were entertaining the motion that each board member would go back and look at the list to determine which boards that they would like to serve on. So if you could tell me now.
I think Joyce was the next pick because every one of the rest of the 4 of us
Rushing.
grabbed something last time. And we're going to defer to Joy, I thought, on this particular pick.
Okay. Supervisor Brotherton, you indicated to me that you'd like to serve as the Leo member to the Mojave La Paz Workforce
Yes.
Investment Board?
Yes. Susie Dransel came and talked with me about that and asked me if I would be willing to serve on that. I told her I would. I also told her I would be willing to serve on Mojave County Board of Health.
On the Board of Health also?
Yes. I'm done.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All
Can I
right.
make a motion that we appoint Supervisor Joy Brotherton to the Mojave County, La Paz County Joint Workforce and the Mojave County Board of Health?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Question? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, Supervisor Brotherton. Now, that remains the Corrections Officer Retirement Board, the Municipal Property Corporation, Self-Insurance Retention and Employee Benefit Trust, the Arizona Secure Rural Schools Coalition, and the Colorado River Sewer Coalition. And what,
I've been asked to be on the EBT, the employee benefit.
employee benefits?
I move that we appoint Supervisor Angus to the EBT, the Employee Benefits Trust.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Questions? Discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried unanimously. Okay, that leaves the Corrections Officer Retirement Board, the Arizona Rural Schools, and the Colorado Regional Sewer Coalition.
May I ask the board if they'd consider putting me on the Colorado River Sewer, whatever that thing is?
Most certainly.
I make a motion, Supervisor Moss, to be on the sewer board. Whatever it is.
That's
How
a
to say it.
Regional Sewer Coalition.
Regional Sewer Coalition.
I'm resisting the impulse to make a joke.
Thank you so much. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. All right, that just leaves 2. I'll work on the Arizona Secure Rural Schools Coalition. Actually, that's part of the Rural and Resource Committee that I work on, so I'll take care of item number 1.
I move that we appoint Supervisor Watson to the Rural Schools Coalition.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Corrections Officer Retirement Board, the Public Safety Retirement Board.
Is I'm looking at Mr. Johnson, and I know he's a retired law enforcement officer, so I purposely stayed away from that
Oh,
one.
it's whatever you folks want.
Well, great, then I move that we appoint Supervisor Johnson to the that corrections board.
Nothing to do with not wanting to sit down with Jim McCabe.
Any further discussion?
Second.
Second. Supervisor Angus? There being no further discussion, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Item number 73. Discussion, possible action, approve the appointment of Kathy Hauser to the Citizens Advisory Committee, Library District, representing District 4, term to expire December 31, 2014.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Questions? Being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Item 74. Discussion, possible action, approve the appointment of Debbie Burnham-Kidwell to the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Library District, representing District 4, term to expire December 31, 2014.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion? Being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item 75, discussion, possible action, appoint John Christopher Moore to the Mojave County Merit Commission, representing District 5, term to begin February 4th, 2013, will expire February 3, 2017.
Motion to approve.
Have a motion?
Second.
And second for approve?
If I may make a comment briefly.
Certainly.
Mr. John Christopher Moore is a Democrat, but he's a very sensible Democrat. I believe we have to have no more than 3 Republicans on this board, so I dug down deep and I found a Democrat I could back. So this is the only time that will ever happen.
And no more than 3 Democrats.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. Item 76. Discussion, possible action, and authorize the board or the Public Works Director to approve an application for a special event permit within Mojave County right-of-way for a cycling race event to be held March the 23rd, 2013, as part of the 10th Annual Havasu Triathlon on the London Bridge Road.
I move that we approve item 76.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for the approval of that affair. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carried. Item number 77, discussion, possible action, approve the lease number 12-SF-44 with the Lake Havasu City, Arizona for Mojave County Supervisor District 5 office space located at 2330 McCullough Boulevard, Lake Havasu City, Arizona, for an initial 1 year at the rate of $196.20 per month, beginning February 4th, 2013, ending February 3rd, 2014, with an option to renew thereafter in 1-year increments.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Discussion?
I just want to say thank you to Lake Havasu City for giving me very inexpensive rent within their city building, and you'll probably be trying to evict me within a month. So,
Thank you and good luck, Mayor and Charlie Casson, Manager. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. All right, we've done item 78. We'll move to item 79. It's discussion, possible action, having the county employees complete and sign a conflict of interest disclosure statement, which shall be maintained by the county for public inspection, a special file by the clerk of the board. In the alternative, the county will provide a copy of the disclosure statement to all county employees and officers, along with a cover letter explaining when and where the form should be submitted. Motion for discussion.
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Motion is second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Okay, conflict, we've been speaking about conflict of interest laws and what the county should do and employees' responsibilities for going on a year now. And I had been, when this whole thing came, we had been advised by another county that we do have to have our employees disclose their interest in business dealings, real estate, anything that they would personally benefit from. We don't have any means for that right now. I had been told that we were, but as of now, apparently we don't. So what we're looking to do is to put in a procedure somewhat similar to what Maricopa County does. Maricopa County has an ethics handbook. This whole handbook is about ethics, and the first page is conflict of interest, the appearance of impropriety. And like many boards and government agencies, we'd like to ask employees to sign, to fill out a form that will go into a public record, and that policy will be it will be given to them in the new employee orientation, and there's a whole policy and procedure thing on that, which I'd like the staff to put in place.
If I could add, I saw a form that was provided as part of the backup material that I believe Mr. Ekstrom put together, and I thank you very much for that, Bill. I do think that we should consider adding a line, and I looked at it this Saturday, otherwise I would have called you sooner, but there should be a line in there that when the employees sign off on it, that they acknowledge a continuing duty. So if they don't have a business interest now, if they acquire one 3 years from now, and then enter into a contract with the county, they can't say, well, I didn't know, or what I put in that form was true then, so I really didn't lie to you when I said none. So I also add from my own experience, both based upon both being a former high school board member and having represented various board members at the elementary school level, that every single employee fills these out. Every single one, whether you're elected, whether you're hired, whether you're the janitor, whether you're the superintendent, every single one of these fill them out. So anyone in the public, and including the board, can find out if, John Smith, employee John Smith, is going to be a beneficiary of this painting contract that we're about ready to give out or not. And I really think, to supplement Hildy's response or comments, that we need to have our existing employees provided this form, have them fill it out and return it, not just new hires.
Right. Exactly.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Johnson?
Is this something that's going to come back to us in 30 days? They're going to put something together, a form? Is that what we're looking at?
I think it's...
Is that what we're looking at?
I haven't seen them.
Oh, okay. Well, or 30 days, 45, whatever it comes back. I brought this up before to the Arizona Association of Counties. The attorneys, Mr. Smith is here today. They have all the county attorneys get together statewide. To me, it seems like, because every county is different, there needs to be one form, so if an employee goes from here to someplace else, or a citizen goes and says, I want to see the SHAD 49 form, they have something, because why should every county keep rebuilding the same thing? Everybody should know exactly what they need, and that way it's checked by the attorney so that we don't have you shouldn't have asked them that question. There's so many laws out there nowadays, but I don't know if that's something we might think about, saying, hey, have our county attorney have his deputy county attorney get on the ball and get it done,
I totally agree with Supervisor Johnson. We actually called CSA and asked them, we thought that there might be something, and we asked them if they knew of any, standardized form, and they didn't. They just sent me a bunch of links, and that's how I got this. So every county does something different, but I think that's a great idea, actually.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Angus said, I know the Civil Deputies Association exists statewide, representing virtually every civil office in the state, and that's something I could bring to them and recommend that they consider exposing their boards to that. So maybe we could get a statewide procedure. It's a good idea.
How long do you believe that might take, Mr. Extra?
To get a statewide procedure, that's going to take a while, but I think we should go ahead with ours first.
Okay.
And then we can expose them to that.
Yeah,
All right.
let's be a model.
Thank you, Mr. Extra. Okay, what's the pleasure?
I move that we instruct the acting county manager and staff to create or to utilizing the current conflict of interest form, which has been prepared by Mr. Ekstrom and provided in the materials, with the addition of informing the employees that they have a continuing duty to update their business interests and that intersect with the county, and that that form be distributed both to all current employees and all future employees for completion and signature, and be maintained, I believe, by the appropriate county office, which I think would be Human Resources, or the clerk of the board. I'll let the acting manager figure that one out.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. Let's see if the clerk has got clarification on that. You're fine? Okay. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried. Well, folks, we've been at it for about 2 hours and 15 minutes. How about we take a 10-minute break? Okay, we'll reconvene this meeting. It's been brought to my attention that a portion of item number 67 was not addressed when we moved on the removal of the deputy county managers, and that portion had to do with the organizational chart and its organization as a whole. So I would entertain a motion for discussion.
Motion to discuss?
Second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Mr. Moss, I believe you had a
Yeah. The backup data on this chart, or these two charts on this item, had basically two competing visions. And I will not characterize as one as good or bad, one more positive than the other. There's Mr. Hendricks's and the county staff's vision, which is identifies that the Board of Supervisors has two direct reporting employees with the clerk of the board and the county manager. That's one concept. And then there's a concept that I came up with, which I believe is more attuned to a county administrator standpoint, in that, one, there'd be more direct reporting entities directly to the Board of Supervisors, as opposed to just merely the two employees that is traditionally the case in a county manager concept. My thinking was really threefold on why we should consider having more direct reports to the Board of Supervisors. The first was information. There is when you have one employee, the county administrator or manager, reporting to the board, it has been my experience back in my high school board days that you have a chokehold, you have a bottleneck of the information flow, and there's an old quote from, I think it was Mark Twain or Benjamin Disraeli, each gave the other credit, which are lies, damn lies, and statistics. And so whichever way and one person cares to present an issue to a board, that has a lot of say on how that issue is resolved. In law school, it's called issue framing. When you're considering, for example, does a woman have a right to choose? Do you say, is there a right to terminate a fetus, or do you say, do you have a right to terminate a child? So you frame the issue in a certain way, which naturally suggests an answer that the issue framer wants to have happen. And I believe on that first point, it's very important for the board to have as many independent reporters for purposes of ensuring that the board has professional advice from more than one source, so that we don't just get one worldview. The second reason I did my organizational chart, my proposed concept, is in reading some of the letters that were going back and forth last year on the conflict of interest statutes. The library district and these TV improvement districts and the flood control districts, they're actually independent taxing and political entities. Whether And the argument was in some of those letters, well, that, they're not really county. As a matter of theory, we sit as a separate independent board. So with that thought in mind, I had removed the various districts, the 4 other districts, and I had the directors of those districts, if any director, because the TV Improvement District doesn't have one, but if we ever were to employ one, those persons which have tax dollars which are generated independent of the county general fund would report directly to us. Now, in conversations with staff, once I came up with this chart, because of a certain level of professional expertise has been required, I believe my proposed chart, which put the flood control district and the county engineer directly under the Board of Supervisors, is probably not prudent in the grand scheme of things, and those should be moved back under the Public Works or Development Services as the interim county administrator believes it to be appropriate. But I do believe there's a place for having a library district director report directly to us. If we were to ever employ a TV improvement district director, that person report directly to us, and OMB and risk management report directly to us. On the case of the OMB and risk management, my thinking was OMB is essentially a financial watchdog, an oversight role, and it's separate and independent from financial services because OMB is basically an on-project basis, and it's also to suggest savings to the Board of Supervisors that maybe doesn't necessarily mesh with the financial directors or the county manager's view of the world. The nearest equivalent I can come up with is the President and the Congress both have independent financial entities, the GAO and the OMB, which report to them independently on budgeting issues. And they were there basically to score budgets and to raise red flags. And I believe OMB would be good to have under the Board of Supervisors for that reason, as well as risk management, which deals with the issue of the legal exposure and the liability that the county has. Now, when I did my organizational chart, another flaw was brought to my attention, which I think is easily corrected, which is, well, even though they're direct reporters, even though we hire and fire and we evaluate and we give marching orders to, we're not sitting here on a day-to-day basis. So when I put this chart together, I was not contemplating that these individuals would report to the Board of Supervisors on a daily basis and we would give instructions on a daily basis. It's just merely to clarify that to these departments, their job and their duties are directly to the Board of Supervisors. They serve at our pleasure, and their first loyalty is to us. In the past, the perception has been that county managers have built up fiefdoms where personal loyalty was more important than necessarily reporting directly to the board. And this is my third reason, is to get away from that possibility, to minimize the risk of that occurring in the future. So I believe if we were to utilize my chart, there would have to be a dashed line cutting across to the county manager. The solid line showing the direct report is to the Board of Supervisors, but there would be a dashed line because the county manager and the county administrator, excuse me, I'm going to cross that word out so I don't use it again. The county administrator would confer with these people consult with them on a day-to-day basis and back and forth in order to get necessary projects done. I would anticipate that these employees, these department heads that would report directly to us, would work with and cooperate with the county administrator on a day-to-day basis, and that we would rarely hear from them at all unless there was a problem, in which case they would know that it's their obligation, because it's not just the county administrator's head on the chopping block, it's theirs, if they fail to bring that problem directly to us or keep us informed of an issue. So I would suggest that if we consider using my chart, that we put a dashed line to the county administrator, and that would somewhat put them on the same keel of our elected public officials, such as the treasurer, the county attorney, the assessor, who also consult with and confer with the county administrator on a day-to-day basis, and their departments operate just fine. So I don't see that there would be a problem when it comes to actually administering those departments. Now, pointing out the flaws, and this is, I will say, Mr. Hendricks and I have brainstormed over this for the last week, and he brought up something which I think the board should consider, that if they are inclined to use my chart with the two changes that I suggested that we should actually consider using a third change, and that criminal justice services should be moved to be under the county administrator, primarily because the concept is that that department would become more of a clearinghouse as opposed to an oversight or manager of the other legal departments, and that if that's the case, the county manager may need to have some more direct input on a day-to-day basis. But at the same time, the public defender, the appellate division, the legal defender, and juvenile representation would come directly over to the board because those departments are run by independent professionals who don't need day-to-day supervision or management, and that would have the added benefit of not quite raising them to the level of the county attorney, but establishing, one, that indigent defense is very important to the county and therefore they directly report to the board, but secondly, two, creating some degree of separation between criminal justice services, which is a clearinghouse, and their actual reporting entity, which would be the Board of Supervisors, to minimize conflicts. So my thought is, and I'd be willing to entertain any questions, or maybe I should go over there and stand at that box, but my thought is that if we're moving towards more of a county administrator system, and even if we aren't, if we're trying to be more of a hands-on board and make sure there's a free flow of information and we don't merely have one person speaking to us, that we have other reporting sources of professionals who understand that their first obligation and duty is to the Board of Supervisors, that we adopt something similar to what I've proposed when it comes to this particular organizational chart. With those three modifications, flood control and county engineer would be moved back under the county administrator. CJS would move back under the county administrator, but the 4 indigent defense departments would move back to the board, and all of those departments which move back to the board would now have a dashed line showing that there is a flow of information and communication and consultation between the county administrator and those departments on a day-to-day basis. And I think I've clarified or at least stated my position on this particular chart versus Mr. Hendricks's chart, and I'll leave Mr. Hendricks to describe to the board his vision.
Okay. Mr. Hendricks.
Mr. Chairman and supervisors, that's a hard act to follow. But I'll try to do my best. With the county administration concept that you all have approved, basically, and taking away the county manager's ordinance, basically there is no prohibition for the board members to go talk to any individual division or department. So in essence, instead of having dashed lines to the county manager, our chart is going to look like solid lines where the county manager is giving direction and day-to-day supervision and support to all the department heads. And the Board of Supervisors would have a dashed line to where they could have open communication and feedback from any of the departments, and which makes sense to me. It's difficult for any one group to work for multiple bosses, and I believe that's why there's a county administrator, county manager concept, so that the county manager can not only give direction that the board collective wishes to provide, he can also ensure that those tasks are done on a timely basis, and that takes more than just periodic review or periodic instruction. So I do see the logic, and Supervisor Moss's proposal would take some of the responsibility off the county manager, but I would recommend that at least let's fly the county administrator concept. Let's also fly the open county departments and county government where the supervisors have complete access to our departments. The only thing that I ask is that if any information is provided by the departments, that I be copied and included so that I can keep track of what's going on in the county, and that's only logical. And that we try that and see how it works for a period of time, and if it doesn't work, we can certainly go back to something else.
May I follow up, Chairman?
Yes.
And Mike, you did a very good job in following up my supposedly good act, so don't sell yourself short. I do have a question, though, on your concept. If, for example, I'm not going to pick on anyone in particular, but one of these department heads under your chart that we, the people who are high enough profile that their decision-making impacts us as a board, who carry out, or have responsibility for a significant portion of county resources. If I took, I'm going to pick on someone at random here, if I got upset with the LDO, Mr. Gillio out there, and the other board agreed with me that we were upset with Mr. Gillio, but you wanted to keep Mr. Gillio, under your concept, could the board say, we don't care what you think, Mr. Hendricks, or more light would be more polite, thank you very much for your input, we're doing something completely different. Could we fire Mr. Gillio?
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Moss, you know, what has been discussed is that instead of a county manager ordinance, that a lot of the issues, and very astutely by you today, that the administration issues of the county manager could be, and authority of the county manager should be handled in the county manager's contract. Personnel issues should be handled in our policies and procedures and merit rules. And there's places for that. They don't necessarily need to be handled in three different locations or two different locations. I believe when you start talking about a county administrator concept that the board does have a lot of authority over the hiring and firing of unclassified employees. And if you so wish to provide a modification to my contract, if you needed it in writing to be able to do that, I don't see where the board wouldn't have that authority to go ahead and hire out or fire at-will employees.
But that's something we would have to take future action on, because unless we modify this organizational chart, we have to go through you to act, which means information, and I'm not knocking you, Mike, at all. I think you're a good man and an honest man. What I'm saying is, you know, writing a rule for the ages. The reason why our founding fathers split government and had multiple different branches of government and did the whole federalism versus states' rights versus federal power was to create multiple flows of information, multiple spheres of authority in order to ensure that abuses did not occur. Said another way, the golden rule, he who has the gold makes the rules. So if we directly control certain employees, certain department heads, contracts, if we directly control whether they still have a job, whether it's OMB, risk management, whatever, we're going to get good information from those employees, because otherwise they're gone. If the county administrator is the one who decides who's working for him in those various positions, the human nature being what it is, they will tend to align more. They'll tend to sing from the same hymn sheet of the county administrator. And I'm not saying that the county administrator shouldn't have the vast bulk of county government reporting to him. I think the county administrator should. I think for purposes of ensuring that the board gets a complete and total picture and that we have multiple reporting sources, that the board should carve out certain limited exceptions of departments such as OMB, risk management, the TV district, if we ever were to employ a director, the library district, public defender, appellate division, legal defender, juvenile representation, none of which require day-to-day oversight from the board, all of which have professionals which can interact with the county administrator on a day-to-day basis, but which, if we become displeased with how things are going, and they did not raise the red balloon, to quote a 1980 song, that we can take direct action against immediately if we chose to, or find people who are more attentive to what we would view as their job responsibilities and more attentive to their direct loyalties to the Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Hendricks.
Supervisor Moss, I think absent of a county manager's ordinance, it could be very easily argued that the Board of Supervisors collective has the authority to restructure, has the authority to eliminate positions, has the authority to terminate at-will employees. Currently, today. And I always ask for legal counsel on it, but that's a strong argument that right now, with the elimination of the county manager ordinance, which was a prohibitive ordinance, that you assume that authority.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I want to avoid any inclination of an argument. I want it to be established. I believe, at least short term, we should establish this beyond a doubt, that certain departments report directly to us. And over time, as we work out these kinks, we come back and we reevaluate.
And thank you for allowing me a chance to present my
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks.
I have a,
I-
oh, I'm sorry.
I've got a question for Supervisor Moff. What would happen if the or the TV district reported directly to the Board of Supervisors, but the TV district had a situation at one of their translators in which they had a blow-up and needed to replace equipment immediately? What would happen? Where do people go? What do people do?
The TV district is a tricky one because I put that in only because I was trying to follow the same philosophy that it generates as independent taxation. But when it comes to doing the day-to-day improvements, either the TV improvement district director would make a decision, but there isn't one. So the county manager would then make, or excuse me, administrator would instruct, if necessary, whoever's supposed to be going out there and taking care of that. I believe right now the person who's in charge of the TV improvement district is arguably Yvonne Orr. I'm not positive that's correct. Yeah, but she would be, so I wouldn't say the county administrator, Ms. Orr would say to the, I believe it's WECOM, I'm not positive, but the entity that's in charge, go fix that relay station, just like it always would.
Okay.
Because when Mr. Hendricks does his job, we don't stand over his shoulder every day and make his decisions for him. He does that. And the same concept would hold true with these department heads.
Okay, and I understand where you're going here, but if we were to take that concept, after having moved the flood control district and the county engineer back underneath the developmental services.
Yes.
And you were looking at the library district, TV district, criminal justice, risk management, and OMB, wouldn't it be the same as having a solid line for these to the county administrators and a dotted line for information to the board? Wouldn't that suffice what you're trying to do?
It would suffice at one tier, but it would not suffice when it comes to exerting the board's absolute authority over those positions.
Well, we have absolute authority over all the positions.
We currently, under the current structure, which hasn't been expressly changed by the board as of yet, have to work through the acting county manager or whoever it is that substitutes him. Technically speaking, I believe, even though Mr. Hendricks was correct in pointing out an argument could be made that the board has unlimited jurisdiction now under these department heads, or unclassified staff would be a more correct statement. That's an argument. Arguably, the flip side of that argument could be the board doesn't, and we still have to work through the county administrator. So what I'm doing is kind of cutting the baby. I'm doing the King Solomon, and I'm saying these limited number of districts direct report to the board with information provided on a daily basis and interaction and consultation with on a daily basis to the county administrators. These other departments, which have a lot of day-to-day work and decision-making that needs to be done by professionals with input with the county administrator, they directly report to the county administrator with information back to the board. So, and to clarify something, it's my current proposal is not only that we move back the flood control district and the county engineer, but that we also move back criminal justice services.
Yeah, and the criminal, criminal justice services.
So but the four indigent attorney offices, which require no day-to-day supervision by anybody except their department heads, because I don't think either Mr. Hendricks or ourselves are going to tell them how to handle their murder trials. They would move back under to us, and I think that's kind of important to keep so that the reporting lines for the criminal justice service, I'll call it a clearinghouse concept, and the four law offices don't become blurred. That there's no so we hopefully minimize the conflicts there.
Okay. Well, I guess my next question would be, again, like in the TB district, if there's an emergency, then that is directly under the county administrator. What if the library district, what if somebody ran into the building in Bullhead City and needed to have major repairs, but directly?
The library district is a bit different. We have a library director. For purposes of library issues, that library district director report would, under this concept, reports directly to us. They're independent of the county administrator because they generate their own budget and spend their own money. And the library director would determine what emergency steps need to be taken, which would then be brought to the board at a regular meeting, sitting as the library board, for ratification or criticism, depending on what was decided.
I got you. Okay, those answer some of my questions.
I just have,
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Brotherton?
I just wanted to make this clear. I hear this, and I've heard it for a couple of years now, that employees were never allowed to talk to a member of the board. Board of Supervisors was absolutely off limits. And while we're kind of on this subject, I would like a clarification for those employees that the Board of Supervisors are not off limits. We are always available to employees. I am not saying that we're to usurp authority over the department heads, to hire, fire, try to solve a personnel problem without the department head and the county administrator involved. But certainly, I want them to know, and I want them to feel like, that the Board of Supervisors are here for them as well as everyone else, because they are citizens of Mojave County.
Thank you, Supervisor Brotherton. Supervisor Johnson, you have?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I kind of get an idea of I believe, what Supervisor Moss is looking for, but I can't see it. I've been here sitting here 16 years, and in my experience, it is not going to work, especially with 5 board members trying to run any department. The employees they're going to be afraid to make a decision because on any given day, they've got to keep 3 of us happy. I believe that it's up to this board to hire a county administrator, county manager, whatever you want to call him, and hold his feet to the fire to run these departments. I believe they all need day-to-day watching over, because if you don't watch them day-to-day, they get very complacent in what they do. And if we're going to, we'd probably have to have Mr. Osuna come up and address the issue of putting at-will employees, because we had contracts when I first got here and we did away with them, but I can see now where employees are going to, especially senior management, will be looking for contracts, because it's the only way to protect their jobs and their families now. But I think it needs to be run through a manager who we all keep control of, because like the chairman was talking about the library, I don't want to give the authority to the library manager. I mean, we just had $90,000 this morning we had to pay out because something wasn't checked. We had that library in Kingman had to be totally rebuilt because a former library director didn't, I think we appointed him to something today, didn't do their due diligence in building that building. We've had nothing but problems coming from a lot of these different departments. So there's a lot of work to oversee them, but I kind of like the manager where we got one person responsible for that, and Peggy Prince.
Put that in the record.
I guess I'd like to reiterate my feelings too. I think it behooves us to make sure that all the departments report to the county administrator, and I do have a great deal of concern of what may happen as far as reporting emergencies and those types of things under your organizational chart, Supervisor Moss. But I think we could probably satisfy your needs and the needs of the operation of the organization by simply, again, further exemplifying and implying to our employees and everyone that works for the administration for that two-way communication.
How would that, other than us stating it right now, be documented within the records of Mojave County? I mean, where is it, because we have this 2 competing arguments that have just been stated. Arguably, we can take action against any department head without the county administrator's concurrence, and arguably, we can't. I think that's something that needs to be resolved. So there's no confusion over that.
Maybe on that, Mr. Chair, we had, I don't know if the county attorney get into, whether we have an executive session on setting that up, or just have a special item set up for our next meeting to see if that's the direction the board wants to take. I mean, I have no problem. I don't know if we can vote on it today. If that's something we want to do, I think it might be a little far off of where we got, but,
yeah.
If that's the control we want, and that's what the majority of the board wants, I mean, whatever the majority wants, the majority gets, because look, just with the reorganization, I look, are we doing something that's making it better for the people? And it just looks like we're shuffling chairs around, you know. If we want, or if the majority of the board wants to have the hiring and firing power, then let's just agendize that and bring it back and take a vote and see where it sits. I mean, whichever way is fine with me.
Well, then, how about I'll make a stab at a motion which will try to blend those two worlds, and I'll make an effort at it. I move that we direct staff to bring to us a policy and organizational chart which indicates that the Board of Supervisors has the ultimate hiring and firing authority over all department heads, and that any termination or employment of a department head must be brought to the Board of Supervisors for ratification and approval, and that further, the Board of Supervisors independently could make a decision to terminate or sanction or discipline department heads independent of the concurrence or objection of the county administrator, and that further, all county employees are both entitled to communicate with the Board of Supervisors without fear of repercussion, and that the Board of Supervisors' individual members may receive information, make informational inquiries to any county employee and expect to have that information provided.
I second the motion.
And I think, Mr. Chairman, if I may, that if this goes through, we need to make sure that the employees understand that there's a lot of just questions that, you know, you want to know when they're grading the road because somebody calls you up. But there are some questions where the employee needs to report up their chain of command if some question comes to them that should be reported up. You know, I mean, obviously the board's not here to try to find out. You know, we're not the police on this stuff, you know. So I just don't want them to be scared that they can still report to their boss too that we talked to them.
And that's why I said information, obtaining information, not giving instruction. It's to obtain information. The board's the only one as a whole which can give an instruction.
Okay. Any further discussion? I only had one person signed up to this, and he's not here, Jack Crahan. Mr. Robinson, I didn't see you as signing up for number 67.
Perhaps I misunderstood which one I was trying to speak to. It was to the charts specifically, which I thought was, maybe I put it under 66 by mistake. And I'm Steve Robinson with 3439 North Bowie Road in Golden Valley. I pulled the minutes of the May 1st, 1991 minutes of the Board of Supervisors because this was the precise issue that was discussed, was specifically the Section 8, the non-interference clause. Thankfully, it's a moot point because the county manager's ordinance has been eliminated. In January, I said that you can summarize up that ordinance in one phrase, that county manager is God. Well, I guess today's actions is God is dead in this perspective. And so I just want to support the idea of having a free flow of information to the Board of Supervisors, individually or corporately, so that the Board of Supervisors and the employees within the county can have a free opportunity to share concerns on policy issue. Operational issues need to go through the chain of command. Period. There's no doubt in my mind that's the appropriate. But policy issues, problems that the board sees that isn't dealt with on an operational basis, the people should have a right to speak to their county supervisor without any fear of reprisal. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Thank you for your opinion. Any further questions? Discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Now, I believe we're back to order. Would be item number 80, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Discussion, possible action, accept Robert Keller's resignation from the Planning and Zoning Commission effective February 4th, 2013.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second to accept the resignation of Mr. Keller. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried unanimously. Item 81, discussion and possible action, approve the appointment of Paul Selberg to the Planning and Zoning Commission, representing Supervisorial District Number 5, term to expire February 4, 2017.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion for approval
Second.
and a second. Supervisor Moss. Any further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion is carried unanimously. Item 82, discussion, possible action, approve the appointment of Sam Scarmato to the Self-Insurance Retention and Employee Benefit Trust Board, representing Supervisorial District Number 5, term to expire February 4, 2016.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion
Second.
and second. Motion by Supervisor Angus, second by Supervisor Moss. Further discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried unanimously. Item 83, discussion, possible action, accept Benton Brewery's resignation from the Transportation Commission effective February 4th, 2013.
Stamps when I get tired.
Also move. I'll make that motion.
A second.
And we have a second by Supervisor Brotherton. Discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried unanimously. Item 84, discussion, possible action, accept Donald McWhirter's resignation from the Transportation Commission effective February 4th, 2013.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion
I second.
and a second. Second by Supervisor Brotherton. Discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item 85, discussion and possible action regarding the approval of the appointment of Gene Kinch to the Transportation Commission, representing Supervisorial District 5, term to expire April 5th, 2015.
I so move.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Questions? Comments? Discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item 86, discussion, possible action regarding the approval of the appointment of Noreen C. Thomas to the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Library District representing District 5, term to expire December 31st, 2014.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion and a second by Supervisor Johnson. Discussion? There being none, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item number 88, contingent upon the elimination of the Deputy County Manager position for Criminal Justice Services. We have discussion, possible action, the approval of the appointment of Dana Levesque to the former position, former salary that he earned prior to the reorganization. We have 2 stars on this item, signifying that we can go into an executive session, but we will need a motion.
I move that we go into executive session.
A second.
Motion and a second. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Carried.
Can we invite the lawyer?
Yes.
reconvene at this moment.
I make a motion that we postpone action on item 88 until such time as we conclude the executive session associated with item 89.
I'll take up the motion.
We have a motion and a second to entertain executive session again. Motion to, any discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
I guess there's two motions in one.
Give me 1 second.
Should be gone in a few minutes. Okay, we'll reconvene this regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Item number 88. Contingent upon the elimination of the Deputy County Manager position for Criminal Justice Services, we now have discussion, possible actions concerning the approval of the appointment of Dana Levesque to the former position of, and former salary here and prior to the organization. Motion for discussion.
I'll actually just make a motion.
All right.
I move that the board decline the appointment of Dana Levesque to the former position and former salary that he earned prior to reorganization, and that we direct the county administrator to take appropriate steps in light of the board's decision.
We have a motion
I'll second.
and a second by Supervisor Angus. Any further discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Item number 89. Contingent upon the elimination of Deputy County Manager position for Health and Community Services, we'll have discussion, possible action. Approve the appointment of Susie Perel Duranzo to the position of Community Development Director.
I'll make a motion that we approve the appointment of Susie Perel Duranzo to the position of Community Development Director at the same pay she's currently earning, and to direct the county administrator to take appropriate steps in light of the board's decision.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? There being no further discussion, those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And aye. Those opposed?
No.
We have one no. Supervisor Brotherton, thank you. And that concludes our meeting. Thank you very much.